Thank you so much. So did you get a long weekend?
Por las mañanas siempre estamos después pasa eso. Por eso yo quería ganar hoy. No, pero no se fue de nuevo. Sí. Sí, porque se había echado. Ahora, de la pareja a las 4 de la tarde, y después a las 4 de a las 6, y ella lo que tuvo para terminar. Mañana. No, no es eso. El tuyo es en junio.
Good afternoon, everyone. The third meeting of the 56th session of the Commission on Population Development is called to order. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as indicated in today's program of work, this meeting of the Commission will be in two parts. The first part will be an expert panel to discuss the three reports of the Secretary-General submitted under Agenda Item 3 and its sub-items A and B. The second part, at 4:30 p.m, will be the continuation of the general discussion of Agenda Item 3 as a whole. I now invite the Commission to continue its consideration of Agenda Item 3, entitled General Debate and its sub-items A and B, in order to hold an expert panel on the reports of the Secretary-General. The documentation under Item 3 is listed in today's journal on the Commission's website. I'm very pleased to moderate this panel on the reports of the Secretary-General that will inform our debate under Agenda Item 3 this week. The two reports on the special theme provide a wealth of evidence on the relationships between population trends, education, and sustainable development. The reports highlight linkages between education and the three components of population change and connections to gender equality and women's empowerment, human capital formation, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. They include recent evidence about the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic in these areas. The reports also review programs addressing challenges to achieving universal access to secondary education, improving the quality of education, and expanding lifelong learning, and elaborate actions needed to accelerate implementation of the ICPD Program of Action and to maximise its contribution to achieving SDG 4, as well as all of the Sustainable Development Goals. The third report, on the flow of financial resources for implementation of the Program of Action, brings us up to date on the aid flows to deliver on commitments to accelerate the implementation of the Program of Action. The experts with us today will discuss the reports in a roundtable format, and then an interactive debate will follow. First, let me introduce the panellists. We have here Ms. Mun Sim Lai, the Population Affairs Officer at the Population Division of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. She's one of the authors of the report of the Secretary-General on Population, Education and Sustainable Development, as contained in E/C9/2023/2. We also have Ms. Rachel Snow, Chief of the Population and Development Branch at the Technical Division of the United Nations Population Fund. Ms. Snow will inform us about key findings of the review of programs and interventions for the implementation of the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development in the context of population, education and sustainable development, as contained in E/C9/2023/3. And also the report on the flow of financial resources for assisting in the further implementation of the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, as contained in CN9/2023/4. Also with us today to provide further insight on the reports are Mr. Christopher Castle, Director of the Division for Peace and Sustainable Development at the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organisation, and Mr. Srinivas Reddy, Chief of the Skills and Employability Branch at the International Labour Organisation, who's joining us via video link. Before we proceed further, I'd like to remind participants that there is no pre-established list of speakers for the panel discussion. Delegates wishing to make comments and pose questions during the subsequent interactive debate are invited to signify by pressing the microphone button. I also take the opportunity to remind participants that the time for interventions is 3 minutes or less. I look forward to an open, constructive and productive exchange of views. So first, let's begin with the main findings of the three reports of the Secretary-General. I'll ask the panellists to keep their answers to no longer than 4 minutes, if you can. So, Ms. Lai, how do the population trends documented in the report of the Secretary-General on the special theme influence educational attainment and vice versa?
Thank you. Population trends and education trends are intertwined. The Secretary-General's report on the special theme provides ample evidence for this, that population trends affect education trends and vice versa. Well, one important way that population trends affect education is through the size of the youth. A remarkable fact is that countries around the world in many high-income as well as low-income countries are devoting between 5 and 6% of their GDP to investment in health and education for their youth. But despite these similar efforts, there are large differences in outcomes. For countries with small youth populations, this level of investment is shared among a smaller group of young people, resulting in high investment per young person. So we observe that human capital investment per child in countries with lower proportion of youth are double of those in countries with higher proportion of youth in the population. This easing of demographic pressure on educational spending is one of the most important benefits of population aging. This presents a major opportunity to invest in quality education for each child. Population aging also affects education in another way. With unprecedented numbers of people surviving to advanced ages, lifelong learning and reskilling of workers have become more important than ever. The Secretary General's report also documents the impact of changes in education on population trends. Education strongly influences our life chances. When we die, how many children we have, when we give birth, if we move to another city or countries. All these demographic events over our lifetime are strongly influenced by education we receive from early childhood onwards. Consider fertility. Women with higher level of education bear fewer children than those who are less educated. These differences are largest in low and middle income countries. Consider mortality. Individuals with higher education level live longer and experience better health throughout life. A recent study found that gains in female schooling in low and middle income countries between 1970 and 2010 led to a 30% reduction in adult mortality and 14% reduction in under 5 mortality. Education improves health by improving economic opportunities, leading to better and compensated, more stable jobs that allow families to accumulate wealth that can be used in part to improve health. But these large differences in life chances by educational attainment also partly reflect vast social and economic inequalities on access to opportunities, partly access to health care, that we must all work to reduce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lai. Ms. Snow, what are the key actions that need to be taken to increase access to education at all levels and to improve educational outcomes? And how can programs be designed to ensure that interventions benefit both boys and girls and that they reach marginalised groups? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And it's a pleasure to go after Mun Lai because we agree on so much of what's in these reports. First, I think one of the critical things is to assume a lifelong approach to education. And we need to do that for a few reasons. The first is that the evidence is so strong that when you start children early education, what you find is not only do they have health benefits, nutrition benefits, but their learning benefits extend for decades. So we need to start early. We also need to continue late in life. Not only, as Mun Lai just reminded us, the world is aging. Even if you live in a young country, in all likelihood, your country is aging too. And so the opportunity to retool, the need to retool, is something we all need to consider, given that the pace of technological innovation is not likely to slow down. And if we live a very, very long life, the need to retool, rethink, explore new opportunities only becomes more profound. And in addition, there are so many people in this world whose educational opportunities were disrupted, maybe by early marriage, for example, then having an empty nest at 40, and with nowadays a life expectancy of another 40 years, let's make sure we have the opportunity for people who missed education early to have that opportunity to catch up later in life. But we can also see, and it's in the report very clearly, some things and certain investments that seem to work better than others. And so I want to underscore just a few of those. First is it's a good idea to make education compulsory. And let's not be surprised, but still there are countries in the world where it isn't compulsory. I think the estimate is now is approximately 159 countries education is compulsory. That leaves quite a few where it's not. In addition, free education is so important. We see in terms of the shortfalls for enrollment that household poverty is one of the major reasons that kids are not in school. So currently about just over half, 53% of countries guarantee free education through secondary school, but we have many, many still that do not. Given that cost is important, we would encourage the evidence to take a look at the evidence on cash transfers to households. Conditional cash transfers, unconditional cash transfers. It looks like conditional do a little bit better, but in general, in terms of boosting enrollments among young children, conditional cash transfers are actually very helpful. Likewise, scholarships, and where food insecurity persists in a community, then assuring that there's opportunity for food and nutrition within the school can indeed be, again, an inducement to encourage more coverage. But I know there's another question coming, so I'll save a few things to say, but let me close this question on infrastructure and teachers. So these are both issues that were highlighted in the Transforming Education Summit, and with very good reason. The infrastructure shortfalls were last estimated by the World Bank in 2019, and at the time they said, oh, there's only enough infrastructure in sub-Saharan Africa for 40%, just under 40% of the school-age children. So that's a very serious shortfall. And the evidence is that where schools are better, families are more likely to send their kids to school, okay? And on the teachers, the projections now in terms also of population growth are that the shortfall is 69 million teachers between now and 2030, largely, of course, needed in the least developed countries. So there's an enormous amount of key actions available to you, and I encourage you, please do, in fact, look at the report. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much. And to Mr. Castle, from the perspective of UNESCO, which are the most important linkages between population, education and sustainable development? What are the policy implications, of those linkages, particularly as we aim to accelerate progress towards SDG 4, building on the commitments of the Transforming Education Summit? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as we heard from the high-level opening session earlier today, we live in a world where an unintended pregnancy almost always means an end to that girl's education. In fact, the leading cause of death for girls aged 15 to 19 years is complications from pregnancy and childbirth. Girls and young women remain disproportionately affected by HIV. Almost 1 in 4 ever married girls aged 15 to 19 have been subjected to intimate partner violence. How are these statistics relevant to education or to sustainable development? Well, if we want a population that's not only healthy, but also has the knowledge and skills to contribute to growing and sustainable economies, we need to ensure that all children receive education within a safe and inclusive learning environment, and that this education helps reverse the currently worrying health outcomes, particularly for young women. There is growing recognition of the interrelationship between education, health and well-being, and sustainable development broadly, and we know that healthy and happy learners learn better. Therefore, policies required for accelerating progress towards SDG 4 need to ensure that learning environments are safe, inclusive, healthy, stimulating, and support the development of all learners. Provide support for teachers to be trained in adopting learner-centered approaches, using digital tools, promoting learning-based experience. Curiosity and problem solving, and respond to the realities of learners' life experiences. And finally, enable greater investment in quality education that's equitable and reaches the most marginalized and underserved people. So the evidence is clear that good quality education has the potential to improve learners' analytical, communication, and other life skills. It enables them to have a healthy and respectful family life and relationships, positive personal and shared values, understand gender equality, non-discrimination, consent, and body integrity. Based on gender equality and a human rights approach, education that encompasses topics covering sexual and reproductive health through comprehensive sexuality education, or whatever the country calls it, delays initiation of sexual intercourse, decreases the frequency of sexual intercourse, decreases the number of sexual partners, reduces risk-taking, increases use of condoms and contraception, and reduces early and unattended pregnancies and HIV. We at UNESCO, and with sister UN agencies and other development partners, are supporting governments in putting this evidence into action, as well as documenting progress on several aspects of education for health and well-being. In the last couple of years, we've produced a global status report on sexuality education, and more recently on school health and nutrition. We've also prepared some online country profiles synthesizing national regulations, laws, policies, and sectoral plans covering topics in education on sexual and reproductive health. There is so much we know that countries can learn from one another when these case studies are documented and shared. As children and adolescents grow and develop, they need sexuality education that is appropriate to their age and matches their sex, gender, development, and circumstances, relevant and adapted to their local reality and context. Such education teaches children and adolescents to treat each other with respect and dignity, learn to think about what's right and safe for them, adopt values of equality, love and kindness, and protect them from unsafe situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, to Mr. Reddy, who I'm hoping is joining us via video link. In light of the profound changes, including demographic shifts, technological changes, climate change, how can skills development and lifelong learning prepare young people for school-to-work transition and support adults for multiple transitions in work and life? What changes in this regard have we seen following the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you, Chair. As the previous speakers have already alluded to some of the issues, the world of work is undergoing profound transformative changes, as we all can experience. These changes pose several challenges, such as difficult transitions of youth into the labor market, persistent skills mismatches, and inequalities. In this context, investing in people's capabilities is key, very, very paramount. In fact, investing in skills and lifelong learning is not a cost, it is an investment into the future. This is one of the main conclusions of the 109th session of the International Labour Conference that went into great detail on the whole issue of skills and lifelong learning for the future of work. The challenge before us is jobs, skills, and aspirations mismatch, and the population dynamics and its impact that we have heard. Increased investment in job creation, skills, and lifelong learning can close the gap between jobs, skills, and aspirations by putting people at the heart of economic, social, and environmental policies. This is critical. As people have to undergo multiple transitions, not just school to work transition, but work to work transition, work to family, family back to work, multiple, people have to change many jobs in their careers and life. So an effective and inclusive skills and lifelong learning systems need to be put into place to promote better responsiveness of skill supply to the current and future labor market needs. These serve as a key enablers for successful school-to-work transition and multiple transitions in work and life among adults. So, among many other things, priorities, skills for the 3Ds, which is decarbonization, digitalization, and demographic shifts, should be
some of the top of our priorities on the agenda on skills and lifelong learning. These skills enable people, enterprises, and countries to benefit from the opportunities presented by digital, green, and care economies. Finally, we have also seen the impact of COVID-19 on the world of work and also the world of education. Severe disruptions have been seen, and many studies have shown that millions of children and young people have lost very, very important opportunities. So the COVID-19 crisis has also highlighted the importance of digitalization of skills and lifelong learning systems and measures to reduce the digital divide. These changes we see as a result of COVID-19 pandemic clearly tell us that the guiding principles for reskilling and upskilling should now be centered around the support for flexible learning pathways with strong emphasis on the needs of vulnerable groups of people and enterprises. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask our panellists to elaborate on actions needed to accelerate implementation of the ICPD Programme of Action and its contribution to ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all, as well as its contributions to the 2030 Agenda as a whole and the SDGs contained therein. Again, I'm going to ask the panellists to keep their answers to 4 minutes. I'm going to go in reverse order this time. So back to Mr. Reddy. What are some of the good examples of policies and programs to promote increased investment in people's capability throughout one's life and facilitate continuous and inclusive access to skills development and lifelong learning opportunities, especially among adults? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At the ILO, we have very recently developed a strategy on skills and lifelong learning for 2030, with a goal to enable the development of resilient skills and lifelong learning systems based on social dialogue. Through this strategy, we seek to encourage members to take action and implement policies and programs to increase the investment in people capabilities throughout the life of people. The strategy identified 5 complementary and mutually reinforcing pillars of action, which can provide some examples of policies and programs that we consider to be necessary to promote increased investment in people's skills and facilitate continuous and inclusive access to skills development and lifelong learning opportunities. As already mentioned earlier, this is the time to really look at education and skills development, keeping lifelong learning at the center of the policy making. Firstly, there is a need for policy coherence and improvement of policies, governance, and financing systems for effective skills development and lifelong learning. Financing mechanisms in particular need to be developed in a way that is innovative, transparent, and equitable and sustainable, making sure that the investments are commensurate with the economic growth set and trends set for the country. Secondly, strengthening the skills needs intelligence is key for the identification of mismatches and to better respond to sector-specific skills needs and the priority economic growth and development of the countries. Investments should be made into technologies and tools, allowing for the full utilization of the labor market information. Thirdly, we need to work on the development and promotion of innovative and flexible learning programs and pathways. These include, for example, innovative training and certification programs through digital, mobile, and blended learning, as well as digitalization of strategies to support skills and lifelong learning through technology and appropriate access to internet connectivity and equipment. We have seen today, still in many parts of the world, access to basic equipments and tools and methodologies, including electricity in some countries, and bandwidth are still a major challenge. So we need to ensure that people have access to these basic tools, digital tools and technologies. Fourth, it is also important to develop inclusive skills programs as a way to ensure equal participation to lifelong learning, with special attention being given to women, young people, migrants, refugees, and other persons and groups in vulnerable and disadvantaged situations. Last but not the least, the development and promotion of quality apprenticeships and work-based learning systems and programs for both young people as well as adults has the potential to increase market relevance of skills development and to build sustainable partnerships. It is important that any strategies on skills and lifelong learning form an integral part of comprehensive economic, fiscal, social, and labor market policies and programs. In addition, to ensure effective implementation, increased investment and public-private partnerships are vital. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now on to Mr. Castle. Which policies, programs and interventions in the area of health education can contribute to the further implementation of the ICPD Programme of Action and to accelerate progress towards the achievement of SDG 4? Thank you.
Almost 30 years ago, the global community recognized the importance of ensuring sexual and reproductive health and rights for all, especially for young people. Since then, we've gone through the HIV pandemic and the COVID-19 pandemic, and all of these global crises have showed enough research and evidence on what works well and what does not work. As I mentioned earlier, we continue to grapple with several sexual and reproductive health issues that hamper access to education. If we want to access progress towards achieving SDG 4 and the ICPD Programme of Action, we need to provide all learners with quality education that equips them with the knowledge, skills, and attitudes for developing and sustaining positive, healthy relationships, protecting themselves from unsafe situations, and engaging in critical thinking, positive communication, informed decision-making and assertiveness, understanding consent, and all of which are linked to enhanced educational achievements. I think we all understand that schools are a strategic site in which to actively promote a gender-responsive, respectful, and nonviolent culture, enable learners to have positive experiences of puberty, teach them good menstrual health practices, and how to prevent early or unintended pregnancies and HIV or other sexually transmitted infections. And all of this as part of a comprehensive approach to school health and nutrition to ensure the highest level of physical and mental health and well-being. All learners need well-designed and well-delivered curricular interventions within a whole school approach to safe and health-promoting schools that deliver sexuality education in participatory, learner-centered, and culturally relevant ways. Increased coverage of gender-responsive sexuality education both in and out of school and in times of crisis, as well as increasing the comprehensiveness of curricula itself. Investment in teacher training, as we've heard, and support, as well as full involvement alongside their parents, families, and community members in curriculum content, delivery, and monitoring. As described in the UN Secretary General's vision statement from the Transforming Education Summit last year, our education systems must include age-appropriate and gender-sensitive curricula for all that addresses gender-based prejudice, norms, or stereotypes, empowers and equips learners to combat violence against women, and ensures sexual and reproductive health. Among the actions being undertaken by UN agencies is the Education Plus initiative, which advocates for girls to be able to complete secondary education and receive a plus package that includes comprehensive sexuality education in sub-Saharan Africa as part of efforts to reduce their vulnerability to HIV and early and unintended pregnancies. Schools must evolve to ensure that all learners feel safe, included, and remain free of bullying, harassment, and violence. We need health-promoting school systems in place, comprehensive curricula that provide education on human sexuality, relationships, and sexual and reproductive health and rights, trained and supported teachers. This, of course, needs to happen with engagement and support from parents. Most parents put their child's well-being, safety, and future prospects at the top of their priorities, but many also find it challenging to talk about sensitive subjects. This is why parents regularly report that they expect schools to teach sexuality education to their children, as it can supplement and complement what they may be able to do or get at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castle. Ms. Snow, what are the key elements of unfinished business from the ICPD Programme of Action with regard to education? What's needed in terms of financial resources for its further implementation and for the achievement of SDG 4? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think you at the start of this segment, you introduced several words that are very clear in the Programme of Action. equitable, inclusive, and that education is also a source of personal dignity and empowerment, and I want to address those. To begin with, first, with inclusiveness and equitable, let me focus on gender. If you look at anywhere in the world where primary schools our children are not in primary school, in those communities you find 3/4 of those who are not in school are girls. So where there's no education at all happening, it's very much girls who are not in school. In sub-Saharan Africa right now, in terms of primary school, for every 100 boys who are out of school, there are 128 girls who are out of school. And if you look at the other end of the spectrum, you look at adults who are illiterate in this world, and there's 770 million adults who are illiterate in the world today. 2/3 of those are women. And if you look at the continent of Africa and those who are illiterate as adults, it's 3/4 women. So I just want to emphasize that gender equality continues to be an area where we have not yet fulfilled the vision and the values of the ICPD. I could extend that issue of participation and inclusiveness to speak to other groups in addition to females, including persons with disabilities, indigenous populations, migrants, and even the incarcerated, where you can look at the evidence that those who receive education during incarceration are far less likely to return to prison or jail. So education is helpful for many, and we have a long way to go towards full inclusiveness. But I want to now speak to empowerment and education and learning as a source of empowerment, and echo the comments that have been made so eloquently by my colleague from UNESCO, Christopher Castle. To fulfill the vision of the ICPD, we absolutely need to assure that young people have the knowledge and then the choice and the opportunities that give them power. And knowledge is power. And what they need is power, knowledge to protect their health and define the lives they want. Mr. Castle underscored a whole range of evidence that's just solidly true, and that is that comprehensive sexuality education is a means to ensure that young people can avoid STDs, they can avoid HIV, they can avoid unplanned pregnancy, they will delay their age of sexual debut. The list is extremely long and the evidence is very strong. That comprehensive sexuality education, consistent with the vision and the values of ICPD, is necessary for all young people to protect their health, protect their bodily autonomy, and be able to pursue the lives that they want. And to close, I would just, on the point about how much do we need a lot, and we need this both in terms of ODA and domestic financing. If you look at the ODA and the resource flows report, you see some increase in teacher training, ODA support to teacher training, but it was from a very, very low starting point. And in terms of the investments recently in the last decade, comparing a decade ago, there's been an actual decline, at least in the relative amount of funding that is going to education infrastructure. It's increased in absolute terms, but because all of ODA has risen, it's actually dropped in terms of its fraction. So we don't get a demographic dividend in the world if we don't increase the aid for teachers and infrastructure. And finally, the last point is, if you ever needed proof of that, look at the data on learning outcomes. We have 7 in 10 children in the poorest countries who cannot read at the age of 10. Again, I don't know how we're going to have a demographic dividend, and we're going to have a kind of onward pillar here and opportunity for development if we don't take seriously the excellent commitments and points raised at the Transforming Education Summit, and echo those here at the Commission this year by significantly investing in education and making sure that all children have access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, back to Ms. Lai. Why is the population education nexus so important for sustainable development? What recommendations does the Secretary-General's report make in this regard?
Thank you. In answering the question why population education nexus so important for sustainable development, I would highlight two key points: inclusion and long-term thinking. First, the call for inclusion lies at the heart of sustainable development, leaving no one behind. A first step towards inclusion is being seen and being heard. Inclusions demand visibility, and data can provide this visibility, such as data disaggregated by age, sex, educational attainment, and other key characteristics. As the SG report indicates that the collection of disaggregated population and educational data is critical to build inclusive societies. Second, both trends in education and national populations share a key characteristic. They are long-term processes that unfold relatively slowly over years and decades. Changes in population size and composition by age occur over decades. For example, the transition from youthful societies to aged society, which all countries experience, takes nearly 100 years to complete. Similarly, investment in education early in life have payoffs that extend over an entire lifetime, including economic returns in the form of higher productivity and incomes, and health payoffs in longer and healthier lives. That means short-term thinkings obstruct our view of these long-run impacts. So education and population tend to be undervalued in decision-making and planning. This is why the Secretary-General's call in our common agenda to place long-term intergenerational thinking at the heart of the national governance and multinational system is so important. It compels us to give due attention to the population education nexus and to investing in our future. The interlinkages between population, education, and sustainable development are indeed long-term and have important intergenerational component as well. Investment in youth are investment in our collective future, and they benefit not just in youth, but all of society, including future generations. Such investment are one of the best ways to prepare for the transition to the ageist societies of today and future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thank all of the panellists for their very informative interventions, and what a way to end. Thank you so much. I now invite delegations wishing to make comments and to pose questions to our expert panel. I invite you to signify your request for the floor by pressing the microphone button. It's my intention to take 2 to 3 interventions from the floor each time before I invite the panellists to respond to the comments made and the questions asked. So we'll do 2 to 3 questions at a time, so on and so forth, until we exhaust the time. Now, please be reminded that the time limit for interventions is 3 minutes or less, and I thank you for your cooperation on that. Thank you very much. I give the floor, I'm going to select 3 at a time, so I'll first give the floor to the representative of Cuba, then to Indonesia, and then to the representative of the International Organization for Migration. So now I give the floor to the representative of Cuba. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Bueno, excelente el panel, han dicho mucho en poco tiempo sobre la base de los documentos que nos presentó la Secretaría. Voy a hacer un breve comentario sobre una realidad de mi país y voy a hacer una pregunta al panel. Cuba es un país de educación universal, gratuita, dedica más del 10% de su PIB al tema educacional. Estamos en un proceso de transición demográfica, pudiéramos decir concluido. Cuba decrece de forma total y natural, de manera absoluta. Y preguntas que nos hacemos nosotros, ¿cómo articular este proceso de dinámica demográfica con todo el proceso de educación y de sostenibilidad de la sociedad? Bueno, nos respondemos, bueno, un proceso está puesto en los documentos, lo articulamos en el país, de reciclaje de oportunidades, de educación permanente, pero una gran pregunta, ¿será suficiente esto? ¿Cómo hacer que este proceso, en el caso de una sociedad envejecida, como es la sociedad cubana, por todo lo que he explicado, y sus componentes sociales y económicos, haga este proceso de manera resiliente, inclusiva y sostenible? Yo quisiera, alguno de los panelistas nos diera alguna experiencia internacional o su visión sobre esta situación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Madam Vice Chair and distinguished speaker, so I thank all of you for the presentations brought forward on the strong interlinkage between the three issues we are highlighting in this year's CPD. Indonesia fully understands the high importance and the complementary of the three issues. As an archipelagic country, Indonesia's populations are spread in thousands of islands across the nations, and these unique characteristics possess specific challenges to Indonesia. During COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the opportunity of maximizing the use of digital technology to tackle these geographical challenges. Ever since, we put the digital learning programs as high priority to the government. Digital transformation is done in comprehensive manner, targeting all spectrum of population groups, including school-age and non-school-age citizens, and equipped with enabling hardware and improved human capacities of the teacher. And until February this year, across Indonesia, more than 231,000 teachers have been trained to utilize digital technology in learning process. It is to fulfill the needed resources for digital learning at the current stage. Nevertheless, we understand that the rapid development of digital technology continues to leave gap between the demand for quality education through digital learning and countries' capacity to fulfill the need, especially developing countries. In this regard, my question to Mr. Castle, what concrete steps can international community take to support countries in minimizing this gap? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the representative of the International Organization for Migration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by thanking the panelists for very interesting presentations. The panelists often refer to vulnerable groups, and no surprise, I will focus my intervention on one of those groups, namely the migrants. IOM is pleased to see the Secretary General's report and its recommendations highlighting that education and recognition of skills and qualifications strengthen the benefits of migration. It is clear that we will not reach the SDG targets on education without consideration of migration. This work needs to be holistic and in an integrated manner. Assuring the right to quality education throughout life, as well as strengthening education as a common good, can contribute to enhance migrants' well-being and facilitate their contributions to sustainable development, including by lending their skills and knowledge to advance quality education for all. Investing to improve and expand migrant education is thus a strategic long-term investment. We welcome efforts by various governments on advanced policies and initiatives to facilitate the socioeconomic integration of migrants into host societies and facilitate the access of migrant children to formal education pathways. However, more will need to be done to approach the challenges and opportunities around human mobility and quality education for all. To close the digital gap, to ensure quality access to education for all, to ensure reliable, high quality, disaggregated by migratory status, to inform policy formulation, and to empower migrants through lifelong learning opportunities. So in closing, Madam Chair, I would like to pose a question to the panelists, and that would be very interesting to hear from them what they see as both the challenges and the opportunities for migrant learning and how this will lead to population education nexus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to invite the panellists to respond one by one to those questions. I might start with Mr. Castle because you were specifically named in the questions. We'll start with you and then we'll go to other members of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the distinguished delegate from Indonesia for your question. One of the things there's a couple of things. I think we have learned a lot about the value and importance of digital learning to support distance education from the COVID experience and the confinement that shut schools down and ended educational opportunities for 1.5 billion learners worldwide at its height. It was a massive impact in terms of disruption for education, which was not to be underestimated. One of the things that I was pleased to hear you mention was the training that is happening in your country where 231,000 teachers have been trained to use digital technology. And I think that that's really commendable and critical because one of the things that we know is that digital technology, when it's available, when you have devices, when you have access to the internet, can actually provide an opportunity for learners to get access to education. But it's no replacement for the value and importance and the critical role that teachers play themselves in the classroom. It's not a replacement. But it certainly can be used to supplement, improve, and help reach learners who are hard to reach. And you gave the example of how in your country in particular, in other countries, learners might be spread out over a vast territory where logistically it's hard to reach them all. But the evidence is clear from parents, from teachers, communities and families, and most importantly, learners themselves. There is no substitute for the value and importance of learning in a classroom with a trained, qualified, skilled teacher. But when that teacher knows how to use digital technology to support education, you're unlocking a tremendous power and opportunity, and I think everybody understands that part of what we have to do when we're talking about the skills that learners need for transitioning to the world of work and living in the 21st century is digital literacy. So obviously that's a really important point that you mentioned. I might also just point out that UNESCO has convened a global education coalition which grew out of the school closure crisis from COVID-19. And it's a very vibrant group with very active participation from many member states, as well as industry and private sector, particularly from industries in technology. We just had our very first in-person meeting, and that coalition remains vibrant and committed to expanding access, closing the digital divide, and finding solutions, because it won't happen just from the UN and other development partners alone. We have to have partnerships with technology industry partners as well if we're going to really close that digital divide gap. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. I might now pass the floor to Ms. Lai to respond to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I would first address the question from Cuba. Thank you for your question. From my perspective here, I would note that Asian society where older persons are largest demographic group are quite relatively new, especially for developing countries. And I would say that we do not really know how this society will work. But I would cite one example effort that is underway, for example, using data. For example, we have a national transfer account data, which our data is going to, accounting system is going to look at both demographic dividend and also demographic change and how it links to economic growth. So those are one data underway that we could cite. I'm going to address another question from IOM, which is a very good question. I thought IOM is the expert on these challenges and opportunities for migrants. In the population and education nexus, I would just, there are many of them, but I would just highlight one or two. Our population division are doing this mega trend report this year that will publish on migration. So there will be more and more policy brief on migration coming out this year. So I would just say that one in our SG report on the special team, we have one facts that I would like to bring into attention is that there are quite some large proportion of government that do not really give migrant access to public education. So there are some countries in certain regions, such as Central and Southern Asia, in Eastern and Southeastern Asia, they have the lowest share of government, about 50%, that reporting providing equal access to public education for all migrants. I think these are the challenges that I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now pass to Ms. Snow to answer the questions.
I may be selective since others have gone before. I just wanted to respond to the distinguished delegate from Cuba. Indeed, these are new challenges. It's a new world. I think Sweden and Germany are both interesting examples of countries that, while aging at the same time, have had a very big tent, inclusive, in terms of both integrating migrants in terms of education and then into the workforce with measurable effects in terms of productivity. So where there is anxiety about aging and declining productivity, you've seen some increases there that have been important. No doubt robotics and productivity, robotics and innovations will also be important in the future. But those two demand a highly educated society, even if that's for the adoption of something made in another, but still to localize and make things applied and very useful in a local context. So I think certainly there's no hindrance of opening the doors in terms of education and migration. And I certainly endorse the comment by our distinguished colleague from the IOM. And indeed, I think there are some interesting examples here in the report that we certainly want to emphasize those countries that have opened the doors again to migrants in terms of education, having very positive effects. Last, in terms of the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, indeed, I also want to join in commending you for the investments made in the teacher training. But also note an excellent project we looked at from UNICEF called Project Connect, you may be familiar with, where they're looking closely at what is the digital connectivity of all schools. And they've mapped a certain proportion of countries, I think over 40 countries thus far in the world. That's a very useful, we refer to that in the report. That's illuminating and interesting for all of us to see which schools in which countries are still completely disconnected and where is the internet and connectivity more needed. And let me make a call out that on Friday morning at 8:15 to 9:45, there will be a side event with UNESCO and UNFPA looking at the mapping of optimal school locations with latest census data as well as georeference data on school locations. This, again, new opportunities for better planning, that there's some excellent examples that will be shown on Friday morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And finally, I'll pass the floor to Mr. Reddy to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take the question raised by our colleague from the IOM. The migrants face many challenges, and let me raise a couple relating to the skills and education opportunities. One of the major challenges migrants face is lack of recognition for their skills and lack of mutual recognition of skills and qualifications between the countries of origin and the countries of destination. Realizing this challenge and the need to work jointly, ILO, IOM, and UNESCO, along with the international social partners, the IOE, International Organization of Employers, and the ITUC, International Trade Union Confederation, we launched a global skills partnership that seeks to address this very important dimension of promoting mutual recognition of skills and qualifications between the countries of origin and countries of destination. Why it is important? When there is no mutual recognition of skills and qualifications, the migrants are under pressure to prove their skills, again sit for examinations or tests, or sometimes even take additional training, and also it results in underutilization of the skills that have been acquired. So we have launched a series of interventions, and right now activities are happening in Western Central Africa to promote mutual recognition of skills between the countries, and also promote recognition of prior learning of people that have acquired skills by whatever means, including through acquiring experience. More needs to be very clearly done, and the more we encourage mutual recognition of skills and qualifications, initially to invest in skills development for the people in their own countries, so that they look for opportunities in the labor market in their own country, and thereby there should be no need for any distress or irregular migration. So for the national labor markets, preparing and investing in skills development is important. And when people as a choice, if they want to migrate, and if they migrate based on skills demand in the countries of destination, then it is more likely to be beneficial both for the individuals as well as the countries of destination and countries of origin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For this next round of questions, I'm going to call on delegations in this order. First, I'll call on the representative of Sweden, then the representative of Egypt, and then finally the representatives of the Yale International Relations Association. So I now give the floor to the representative of Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that Dr. Snow mentioned that cash transfers are a key action to ensuring equity and access to education, especially for girls. And I'm wondering, Dr. Snow, can you or another panelist provide more information on the evidence for both conditional and unconditional cash transfers related to education? Where has it worked and why? Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
شكرا السيدة مديرة الجلسة. بداية أود أن أتوجه بشكر للسيدات والسادة المتحدثين بهذه الجلسة على ما قدموه من معلومات قيمة للجنة، وأشكركم أيضا على إتاحة الفرصة لنا للتعليق على التقارير المقدمة من السكرتير العام لهذه الدورة. فمما لا شك فيه فإن العلاقة بين التعليم والقضايا السكانية والتنمية المستدامة محورية ومكملة، وإنه من المؤكد أنه يتعين مواصلة كافة الجهود لمنح الجميع حقهم الأصيل في الحصول على التعليم الجيد، بما يساهم في تمتعهم بكافة حقوقهم ويمكنهم أيضاً من المساهمة في والاستفادة من عملية التنمية. وبات واضحاً أن عدم الاستثمار في الفرص التعليمية وكذلك برامج اكتساب المهارات والخبرات يعد من مسببات عدم إشراك الشباب في المجتمعات، وقد يدفعهم في بعض الحالات للنظر في بدائل غير آمنة كالهجرة غير الشرعية على سبيل المثال، وذلك في ظل محدودية المسارات الآمنة للهجرة النظامية. وكما أوضحت الفقرة 22 من التقرير الأول للسكرتير العام، فإن العلاقة بين التعليم الرسمي والتدريب المهني محورية في تهيئة النشء لسوق العمل، وإدراكاً منها بأهمية العلاقة الوثيقة بين التعليم والقضايا السكانية، عملت الدولة المصرية على تعزيز عدد وجودة البرامج التعليمية، خاصة في القرى، إدراكاً بأهمية تمكين الشباب والنشء، خاصة الفتيات. وأشكركم على ما ذكرتموه السادة المتحدثين على أهمية تضمين المهاجرين في الخدمات التعليمية، وهو ما قامت به مصر بالفعل من خلال المنصة المشتركة للاجئين والمهاجرين في مصر. ويظل سؤالي، وأعتذر إن تجاوزت الوقت حيث راعيت الترجمة، سؤالي هو لممثل منظمة العمل الدولية، حينما نتحدث عن أهمية إدماج المهاجرين وكذلك تيسير الاعتراف المتبادل بالمهارات، كيف يمكن دعم الدول المستضيفة للمهاجرين لضمان حسن إدماجهم واستفادتهم من الخدمات الأساسية؟ وختاماً اسمحوا لي بملاحظة أخيرة، فعند تناولنا لتقارير السكرتير العام فيأسف وفد مصر لتطرق التقارير لموضوعات ومفاهيم لم تحظى بالتوافق الدولي، لا سيما فيما يتعلق بتناول العلاقات الاجتماعية على مستوى الأطفال والنشء، وترويجها لبرامج تعليمية ربما تكون ملائمة في ظروف وطنية محددة، إلا أنها غير متوافقة مع السياق الوطني لكافة الدول التي تختلف فيها الظروف الاجتماعية والثقافية. بالإضافة إلى ذلك أغفل التقريران الدور الخالص للآباء في توجيه وإرشاد الأبناء في التعليم، وكذلك الحق المكفول للآباء لاختيار التعليم الذي يحصل عليه الأبناء. ومن المهم هنا أن يكون واضحاً أنه لا يوجد نموذج واحد يناسب كافة الدول. وشكراً السيدة مديرة الجلسة.
Thank you very much. And I do remind all delegates to please stick to the 3-minute time limit. I now pass the floor to the Yale International Relations Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Ethan Chu, a representative of the Yale International Relations Association, and I have a few questions on behalf of the association, myself, and my colleagues. First, while national exams have historically been central to determining student progression into higher grade levels, research has shown that not all students are well served by standardized assessments. COVID-19 has only shaken the foundations of standardized tests further, and as such, what are some ways to reform the currently most used method of measuring student learning? Second, affirmative action is a policy that aims to increase the opportunities and representation of historically disadvantaged groups in education, employment, and other sectors of society. However, some countries around the world have recently taken steps to abolish or limit this policy, arguing that it is unfair, ineffective, or outdated. This raises the question of how we can continue to ensure that marginalized and underrepresented groups, such as racial minorities, women, people with disabilities, and low-income students, have access to quality education around the world. What are some alternative or complementary strategies that can address the educational disparities and challenges faced by these groups in different contexts and regions. Third, my colleague Angeline Matthew asks, there are many mentions of having students be co-creators of knowledge to improve the relevance and engagement of education. Participation in the International Science Fair changed her life because she got to explore beyond the class and meet other young people equally enthusiastic. What can all nations do to support participation in academic events such as the International Science Fair, given that each nation has brilliant young scientists, given that the process of accessing the International Fair has many barriers which differ across nations? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to invite the panellists to respond to the questions in turn. As I do, I've been reminded, based on my own speaking speed, if we can please slow down for the benefit of the translators. I might start this time with Ms. Snow, and then we'll continue through. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you so much to the delegate from Sweden for the question. And indeed, we describe two examples very explicitly in the report that may be helpful. One is in the context of Malawi, and it's called the Zomba Cash Transfer Experiment. And indeed, girls were monitored there for compliance, so it was conditional cash transfers. And there was evidence of a 60% improvement in the odds of their enrollment. And there was approximately 18 to 20% improvement who had received unconditional transfers that were not monitored for compliance. So it's a nice example of where there was both conditional and non-conditional investments being made, and then there's the ability to compare that both were effective, but the conditional cash transfers were indeed more effective. A second example is in Colombia. More Families in Action is the name of the program, and that serves just under 3 million poor families with cash transfers. These are indeed conditional on children's school attendance and health service use. And the evaluation of the program found that it actually didn't increase the enrollments of those age 7 to 13 because enrollments were almost at 100% for that age group. But in the older age group of 14 to 17, where there in fact had been a fall off in enrollment, the enrollments increased 14%. And very happy to follow up with further. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. I'll pass the floor now to Ms. Lai.
Thank you. I would like to thank delegates from Egypt, and I would like to say that your progress on rural education is very notable, because in the EGM report that we have in the population division, we found that only 1/6 of the country, 1 in 6 of the countries with available data reach parity between rural and urban zone in the completion of lower secondary education so far. So your effort is very notable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now pass the floor to Mr. Castle.
Thank you. Maybe I'll try and respond to some of the important questions that were raised by the civil society partner Yale International Relations Association. First, to say that many of the clarifications around those important questions might come from reviewing some of the materials and discussions, reports, and debates that came out of last year's Transforming Education Summit. First and foremost, I think that the Transforming Education Summit reminded all of us and really underscored how critically important it is that we all shift our mindset to thinking of learners as moving away from this idea of learners as just passive beneficiaries or recipients of education as a right, but as you point out, learners as co-creators. We have to see children and young people as partners in the education that they receive, that they demand, and that they want. And when we talk to young people, as we did for the Transforming Education Summit process, we saw how much they insisted on their right to participate and not be receiving an education that's determined by adult gatekeepers exclusively. The question around standardized assessments is also very important. I think there's been many years of efforts going into issues around how we can improve measuring learning outcomes. It's a very challenging topic. We could have an entire week-long conference just on that issue. But there are continuing and ongoing efforts to see how we can support countries to move beyond the currently available standardized assessments that many countries, particularly OECD countries, use to measure student learning. And then finally, the third question around how we assure all learners realize their right to education. I think, really a lot of the answers to that are grounded in the very basic premise around the right to education itself. And it's very heartening to hear at this ICPD the emphasis on reaching the most marginalized, whether they're migrants, making sure that girls and young women in particular have the opportunity to realize their full right to education, whether they're vulnerable or disabled learners, ethnic minorities, lots and lots of different vulnerabilities and marginalized populations exist. And we know that if we want to reduce that 263 million learners out of school not benefiting from the right to education, we have a huge amount of work to do, but there was a strong recognition through the Transforming Education Summit last year that continued now and going forward to really make sure that we leave no one behind, and that must include for the SDG 4 and the right to education.
Thank you. And now to Mr. Reddy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me take the question raised by the delegate from the Egypt on mutual recognition of skills for the migrant workers. There are many ways this can be achieved, but one of the possible ways is to negotiate in the bilateral agreements before the migrant workers are received in the countries of destination. For the mutual recognition of skills and qualifications, obviously benchmarking is necessary, both in the country of origin and countries of destination. There are several international benchmarks for qualifications. So it's very important to negotiate how the skills that are imparted in the countries of origin are recognized through benchmarking, and there may be need for establishing a common taxonomy of what we mean by a particular skill in the country of origin and how it is understood or reported in the country of destination. One way of beginning, if there are no such agreements already, is to look at maybe a sector that is in demand in the country of destination and look at the skills required and skills being demanded in that country and see what changes and similarities exist in terms of the skills and qualifications, and accordingly negotiate mutual recognition of skills and qualifications, and in part if there is any need for a gap training. So it's also important to involve the private sector and education training providers in this whole effort, in addition to the government agencies. So involving private sector in both the country of origin and, more importantly, the countries of destination will minimize the gap between what the skill is being certified and what the actually employers are looking for. This is one of the many ways in which mutual recognition of skills and qualifications can be negotiated. International partners, particularly the UN agencies that are working in the space, like the IOM and ILO and UNESCO, can be of very good help in negotiating and supporting the countries in achieving mutual recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. We are running short on time, so I'm going to give the floor to the final two delegations that have requested the floor to pose questions. I'll first call on the representative of Nigeria, and then I will call on the representative of the Asociación Nacional Cívica Femenina. I give the floor now to the representative of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to take note of the presentations and of course, remind from the sub-Saharan perspective, we are very much committed in my country to quality education and gender equality. Most recently, we had a country-led evaluation on the SDG 4, and from our own peculiar experience, finance is critical to meet the demand of population growth. We have demographic peculiarities, and one thing we take note of is the fact that to meet the exponential population rise in the nearest future, financing is very critical. And on our part, we also understand that some of the finances for, especially in the part of the world we come from, in terms of the illicit finances and assets that move out of the region, for us, if the loopholes in these areas can be checked through international engagement. We're looking at the UNFP as an organization as well that can actually help coordinate or partner in that direction as well. And as well as what we lose out on in terms of taxation as well. And to have an international tax convention whereby some of the multinational corporations can actually pay fair tax to African countries, such that we can be able to finance the SDG 4 and make education available to children, young children, girls that deserve to be educated as well. We are committed to ensuring that education is for everyone, but these are the realities. As population, we have this exponential rise in population. Financing is very critical for us. And of course, you mentioned comprehensive sexuality education as well. For us, we have our peculiarities. It's repugnant to our system. We have a system of family that takes care of all these, the education of the youths and children. So just on financing, really, how we can galvanize action for financing in the part of our world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Asociación Nacional Cívica Femenina.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Le agradezco mucho la oportunidad de poder hablar con ustedes. En México hay más de 4 millones de niños y niñas y adolescentes que no asisten a la escuela. 600,000 están en riesgo de dejarla por falta de recursos, violencia, falta de infraestructura educativa, la lejanía especialmente de las escuelas de los que residen en comunidades. Por ejemplo, en el estado de Guanajuato, dentro de México, es muy común, ya que hay muchas comunidades, son ciudades muy pequeñas algunas, la mayoría, son 46 municipios dentro del estado, y la verdad, debido al COVID, se abrió mucho más la brecha digital y causó que muchísimos niños, no digo una cantidad, porque de verdad es impresionante. Bueno, yo visitando un poco hace 1 año y medio algunas comunidades dentro de los municipios de Guanajuato, pude percibir eso, la gente que me platicaba, muchas familias, muchos de sus hijos dejaron de acudir y hasta el día de hoy no han podido regresar por esa misma falta de infraestructura educativa. El COVID causó que muchos niños dejaran de estudiar debido a ello, y lo que intentó el gobierno del estado de Guanajuato, en ese caso, fue acercarse a otorgar a través de lo que son las instancias de juventud, DIF y el DIF, tabletas para que pudieran acceder, pero el problema es que no llegaba la señal a las comunidades de internet. Entonces fue algo realmente pues muy triste ver tantos niños que tenían ganas de estudiar y no podían. También el tema de que dentro de las comunidades era muy complicado llegar a esas escuelas por el tema de lluvias, el tipo de, pues realmente es tierra, no tiene cómo trasladarse con vehículos, no hay camiones. Entonces mi pregunta a través de esta intervención que me dan es, ¿habría una posibilidad, bueno, qué posibilidad hay de que la educación ambiental y la educación que la educación ambiental pueda formar parte de reducir esta brecha digital que tienen los niños entre las comunidades, no solamente hablando en temas de México, sino en el resto del mundo que pudieran ser? Entonces, la brecha digital y la educación ambiental podrían juntarse para pues reducir este rezago educativo entre los niños de las comunidades.
Thank you very much. We're running short on time, so I'm going to ask the panellists to address those questions whilst delivering their closing remarks. I'm first going to invite Ms. Lai of DESA to make brief closing remarks and to respond to the questions where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, I would like to echo what civil society from Mexico. Thank you for your intervention. Yes, in our SG report on the special team, we do have the sidelight facts saying that the full closure of schooling during the pandemic averaged about 141 days around the globe. And students in South Asia and especially in Latin America and Caribbean miss as many as 273 full days of school. So this is the pandemic affect a lot more in South Asia and Latin America, Caribbean in the statistic that we found. And in the closing remark, I would like to conclude that I want to recall the recommendation of the SG report on the special team. The last recommendation is to move this beyond this CPD session to encourage member states may wish to consider the linkages between population change and access to quality education and lifelong learning and their importance for achieving sustainable development in this upcoming HLPF in July and the upcoming SDG summit in September. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Lai for her statement and for her contributions today. I'm now going to invite Ms. Rachel Snow of UNFPA to make her closing remarks and respond to the questions.
Yes, indeed, and thank you very much from the delegate from Mexico. In fact, I think it was the Deputy Secretary General this morning who identified the digital divide as the new face of inequality. And as you say, indeed, we saw that very poignantly and profoundly in the context of the COVID endemic. It would be worthwhile to look in each country, but there was an interesting fact that I came across recently about the digital divide, and it said that the majority of those who don't have access are because their household doesn't have access, but there's a cell tower nearby. Now, that's not going to be the case for the most remote areas of the world, and so we need probably dual solutions. We need more cell towers so we have more access in remote regions, but we also need to recognize the poverty and discrimination at times that's going on at the household level. And we do see that the evidence is kind of consistent across the board that girls are less likely to be on the internet, boys, even if there's a connection within the household. So there's multiple factors, but it's important to recognize that more towers alone probably won't get us to universal access. But I also want to point out that I think the evidence is out still. We'll wait to see how much remote learning will have effectively made up for in-person learning. And there's much to be seen there still, but there's lots, and our speaker a few moments ago from the Yale group spoke to experiential learning, hands-on learning, in-person learning. We know that these are also enormously effective and that more than the substance itself is being conveyed. But this side event on Friday morning, I'm going to again draw your attention to, because the global populations of the world here are all about to have their censuses, if not published. They're coming on board after much delay of COVID. Most of those are geo-referenced. And what you're going to see Friday morning is how governments can use that tool. They can track and identify and geo-reference all the schools and try to do better in terms of distribution of schools. And where it matters so much is for the youngest learners who cannot transit great distances. So I'll close there in terms of my response. I will just, in terms of final remarks, again, go also to one of our recommendations, and this is also with reference to my colleague, the delegate, please, thank you, from Nigeria, on your comment, is that domestic financing definitely needs to be mobilized to address shortfalls in education, infrastructure, digitization, and teaching. But we certainly recommend very explicitly in the report that there needs to be supplementary financing from official and private and ODA to cover the recurring expenditures in the poorest countries, many of which are those that are growing most quickly. So this is, in our words, and the Secretary General's words in this report, it's absolutely essential that this be an all-in effort, that we need domestic, we need ODA, we need the private sector. All I'll close with is we need a revolution in education, and we need it right away. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Snow, for your remarks and for your interventions and for calling for a revolution on education. What a way to end. I'm now going to pass the floor to Mr. Castle to make your concluding remarks and to respond to the questions.
Thanks. Well, I think my colleague Rachel Snow said it really well. Whether it's a revolution or indeed what we have to do is stop restructuring or reforming education and transform it. And that was really the key message from last year's summit. And that means a number of things. When it comes to the very important question that emerged from your country-led evaluation from the distinguished delegate of Nigeria, one of the things that was really striking from the summit and the questions and considerations around finance was exactly that the overwhelming amount of finance for education is from domestic budgets. It's not from ODA. It's not from international development partners and support. And it's really critical that, and fortunately we do have a number of countries with great examples of how they have found ways to increase the investment in education, the right to education, through domestic financing to sort of make progress in that direction. And as my colleague Rachel very well said, in the SG's report there's a number of calls to action, and this is the important critical role of financing education will continue to be a big challenge and a big debate and discussion for many years to come. I also just want to respond and also, as part of my closing, thank the colleague from Mexico from Civica Femenina. You know, one of the things that I find very striking about some of the data from COVID and confinement and school closures is that we often forget that even before COVID, we had a learning crisis. Children were already not in school, or if they were in school, they weren't learning before COVID. COVID just accentuated that crisis. And in countries where we already saw very low levels of learning, it's continued through COVID. And all the talk about making up lost learning, yes, it's important. Yes, it's got to be, we have to do more than just push children into school, but we have to make sure that when they are in school, they have the right to learn and are able to learn in a safe environment. And I think one of the things that I've really appreciated from this session and this morning's opening session was the acknowledgement of so many of the factors that we all now know stand in the way of that nexus, that critically important nexus between education, population, and development. Whether it's an inability to acknowledge and address inequalities, discrimination, marginalized populations, and until we take that seriously, until we start to look to learners as more than just passive beneficiaries, but actually co-creators of the education that they demand and that they expect, we'll be missing opportunities to address and reduce that 263 million gap and reduce that down so that more children are indeed receiving their right to education. But on a positive note, and I think we heard this morning at the high-level session as well, we shouldn't forget that enormous progress has been made. There's been a big increase in population and a large number of children who are in school, who are learning, who are realizing their right to education. So that's an achievement that we shouldn't end on a depressive note. Of course, we're focusing on leaving no one behind, as we should, but let's also pat ourselves on the back for the huge achievements that have been made around the world in so many countries to step up, to train teachers, to expand and build new schools and increase capacity so that learners can learn and realize their right to education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castle. That's a great way to end. Thank you for your intervention and for your contributions this afternoon. I'm now going to invite Mr. Reddy of ILO to make your brief closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In closing, I would like to make 3 points. Number one is to reiterate the importance of increasing investment in skills and lifelong learning. This is very, very important and urgent. Number two, looking at lifelong learning as the center of education and skills development policies. And very importantly, uh, looking at these education and lifelong learning policies as form of an integral part of the comprehensive economic, fiscal, social, employment, and labor market programs to reduce the mismatch between jobs, skills, and aspirations of people. And thirdly, it's very important to promote inclusive lifelong learning and education and skills development programs, taking care of the people in vulnerable situations and difficult situations. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you very much, Mr. Reddy. Once again, I'd like to thank the panellists and the delegations for their participation and contributions this afternoon. This concludes the first part of our program. The Commission will momentarily continue with statements in the general discussion under item 3. I'll briefly pause the meeting to allow the podium to be rearranged, so if you could please remain seated. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, I now invite the Commission to resume its general discussion on the agenda item 3, entitled General Debate, and its sub-items A and B. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to remind delegations to kindly respect the agreed time limits of 7 minutes for delegations speaking on behalf of groups and 5 minutes for member states speaking in their national capacity. A digital speech timer is visible on the screen to assist the speakers in maintaining their time. I thank you for your understanding and cooperation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Dominican Republic, Mrs. Misotis Rivas, Director General of the National Office of Statistics. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Aprovechamos para saludarlo y felicitarle por su elección y le auguramos una excelente conducción de los trabajos bajo este 56 periodo de sesiones de la Comisión. Saludamos a las delegaciones, representantes de organismos internacionales y miembros de la sociedad civil aquí presentes. Nos sumamos a la declaración pronunciada por Cuba en nombre del G77 y China. Señor presidente, el Gobierno de la República Dominicana reafirma su compromiso con el programa de la Conferencia Internacional sobre Población y Desarrollo, así como el Consenso de Montevideo, instrumento regional estratégico para que los países de América Latina y el Caribe podamos avanzar en las acciones necesarias para lograr los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y seguir haciendo frente a los efectos de la pandemia del COVID-19 en sectores tan importantes como el de educación y al que miramos con especial interés en este 56 periodo de sesiones. En este sentido, nuestro país está desarrollando una serie de políticas públicas tendente a la consecución de las líneas de acción establecidas en estos instrumentos. De igual forma, se está trabajando en fortalecer la gobernanza de los datos como única vía para un seguimiento diligente a la implementación de estos. En consonancia a la resolución de la cuarta reunión de la Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, el país ha continuado impulsando el fortalecimiento de las capacidades nacionales para la producción estadística desglosada por sexo, edad, área de residencia, discapacidad, características étnico-raciales, así como otras variables de interés para el diseño de políticas públicas y la toma de decisiones. Un hito relevante en este sentido lo constituye la realización del 10º Censo Nacional de Población y Vivienda a finales del año 2022, con avances importantes en materia de derechos de las niñas y las adolescentes, inclusión de personas con discapacidad y abordaje del tema étnico-racial. La República Dominicana reafirma que el respeto y la promoción de los derechos humanos es fundamental para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible. Este reconocimiento nos lleva a subrayar importancia de los datos estadísticos confiables como elemento esencial para la identificación de brechas, desigualdades y al mismo tiempo los requerimientos diferenciales de las poblaciones en función de sus características demográficas y sociales. Consideramos que ninguna agenda de desarrollo puede avanzar en ausencia de datos estadísticos que permitan su seguimiento, pero al mismo tiempo identificar cuáles son esas poblaciones que se están quedando atrás y cuáles son las principales brechas que impiden el ejercicio de sus plenos derechos. En diversos escenarios se ha planteado que una de las enseñanzas que nos deja la pandemia por COVID-19 es la necesidad de contar con datos oportunos, accesibles y con la mayor desagregación que permita la toma de decisión rápida, pero basadas en evidencia. Citando el caso de la República Dominicana, en materia de población se han hecho importantes avances en la planificación del Plan Plurianual, un instrumento alineado en un 65% con los ODS. Para la formulación de este importante instrumento de planificación compuesto por 32 políticas prioritarias, se implementó la mirada poblacional de manera transversal, las personas y su calidad de vida en el centro de la política pública. No cabe duda que la disponibilidad de datos actualizados juega un papel crucial para redireccionar las políticas públicas hacia el fortalecimiento de los sectores y la población. Después de la pandemia, el restablecimiento de los procesos educativos requiere la recuperación de la matrícula estudiantil y cobertura de la educación en todos los niveles, especialmente en el inicial, el más afectado debido a esta. Antes de la pandemia, la tasa neta de cobertura de educación a nivel inicial reflejaba un aumento progresivo en los últimos años, situándose en el 2019 en un 57.11% y debido al COVID disminuyó en un 26.5% en el 2021. De igual forma, el aumento del porcentaje de abandono en la educación media en sectores socioeconómicos con menores posibilidades reflejó un aumento del 4.1% entre el 2020 y el 2021. Los datos nos muestran cómo las poblaciones se afectan de manera diferencial ante el mismo fenómeno. A pesar de los desafíos que se presentan en materia de producción estadística y que muestran una realidad del sector de educación antes y después de la pandemia, también hemos estado inmersos en desarrollar a través de las encuestas de hogares temas novedosos que aumentan la diversidad e incursión en temas no tradicionales que también permiten calcular indicadores que hasta ahora no habían sido calculados. Un ejemplo de esto son las estadísticas de hábito de lectura de la población dominicana, el ambiente del aprendizaje en el hogar, así como los servicios básicos que son ofrecidos en los planteles escolares. Los mismos fueron medidos a través de 2 encuestas de hogar, una de ellas bajo la metodología de indicadores múltiples de compromedio. La información estadística sobre el acceso y permanencia de la población en edad escolar en el sistema educativo nacional son insumos necesarios para la planificación, coordinación, articulación y ejecución en los planes y programas que hacen posible la redistribución de oportunidades y aumento de la calidad de vida. Esas informaciones, usualmente procedentes de registros administrativos, conllevan retos a veces considerables en materia de oportunidad, estandarización y acceso. Es por esto que la producción estadística e indicadores a partir de las encuestas de hogares constituyen una prioridad, ya que garantizan los niveles de desagregación necesarias para complementar y dar respuesta a las demandas de informaciones, así como para responder a los requerimientos y lineamientos de los instrumentos de desarrollo nacionales e internacionales, incluyendo módulos especiales y variables que permitan disponer de información con alguna discapacidad, estadísticas de percepción étnico-racial, territorialidad, nivel socioeconómico, sexo y edad. Para dar un ejemplo de los indicadores de dar seguimiento al Consenso de Montevideo, solo disponemos fuentes para calcular el 50% de ellos. Igualmente, otros temas que tenemos es la limitada desagregación. Solamente un 30% de estos indicadores pueden ser desagregados. Independientemente de los retos y desafíos, la Oficina Nacional de Estadística está trabajando con el Sistema Estadístico Nacional, en especial con el Ministerio de Educación. Estamos convencidas de que en ausencia de datos estadísticos oportunos de calidad y desagregado es imposible avanzar. Para concluir, es propicio extender nuestro agradecimiento al Sistema de Naciones Unidas, que de diferentes agencias como el UNFPA y la División de Población de la CEPAL han apoyado a nuestros proyectos, en específico el 10º Censo Nacional de Población y Vivienda. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished delegate from the Dominican Republic, and I now will give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Sudan, Mrs. Visal Hussein Osman, Secretary General of the National Population Council, Ministry of Social Development. Please, you have the floor.
Chairperson and Vice Chairpersons of the Commission on Population and Development, ladies and gentlemen, ministers and heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of international organizations and civil society organizations, experts, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express ineffable gratitude and appreciations to the organizers of the 56th session of the Commission on Population and Development on the theme of population education and sustainable development. We are happy to be here and to participate with you this important session of the mission as one of the important UN forums to discuss and review implementation of the ICPD program of action, and to share with you the experience of the Sudan on the important and intriguing theme. The transitional government of the Sudan is committed to provide and facilitate the provision of education to all people, Sudanese and non-Sudanese, in the country. Education is recognized as the national priority and a key determinant for development and reform by the transitional government, which will continue to address the challenges that this sector faces at all levels of education, preschool, primary, secondary, and tertiary. The government will thus increase its investment in the sector to ensure that education is inclusive and equitable, and that the school environment everywhere is conducive. is conducive to modern education, infrastructure, digitalization, teaching, learning, and acquiring knowledge and skills. Considering bridging the gender gap in education. Since the independence in 1956, the government and people of the Sudan invested in this sector primarily because of their conviction that education is an engine of growth, development, and transformation for the individuals, their families, and for the whole country. The outcomes of investment in education are evidenced in the national human capital and national human resources in the Sudan and abroad. Recent evidence shows that demographic change, education, and the educated Sudanese diaspora have been instrumental in the December 2018 revolution and the regime change in April 2019. They have called for human rights, justice, peace, and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, while the Sudan is hoping to transit to democracy and civilian rule, it is facing immense challenges on education and sustainable development. A national review of the ICPD as 30 and Cairo Declaration in 2013, which was undertaken in close collaboration with UNFPA Sudan Country Office as part of the 6th Regional Review for the Arab region, has shown that the Sudan have one of the highest population growth rate, 2.39% in the world, and about 70% of the population are below age 30. Combined with high and increasing poverty, increased from 46.5 in 2015 to 65.5% in 2022, this demographic pressure is determinal to both of education and reproductive health, and to the achievement of sustainable development goals on education for all, SDG 4 in our country, which provides strong evidence that implementation of the ICD program of action is critical to achieving SDGs. The negative impact of COVID-19 on production and economic growth, which declined from positive 3.6% in 2016 to negative 3.6% in 2020, and increasing debt burden, have worsened the situation in the country. Furthermore, this has contributed to cuts in education budgets, which affect progress toward achieving SDG by 2030. Education has also increases women and girls' employability, economic and social empowerment, and hence their autonomy in decision-making, and hence increasing their access and use of modern family planning methods, and reducing their exposure to harmful practices and gender-based violence, and ultimately reduced rate of maternal mortality. In short, the country would increase its investments in health and education as mortality. In short, the country would increase investments in health and education as human development accelerators and support for harnessing its demographic dividends. Making informative actions and decisions to address population, education, and sustainable development challenges will require accurate and timely data, especially availability of accurate, timely, and complete geo-reference demographic data on the people and their growth. Currently, the Sudan is experiencing slacks in data production. The first ever digital population and housing census that was scheduled for 2018 is still impending, and is now rescheduling for 2024. National sample survey, such as mixed survey, and the household budget and expenditure survey have been delayed considerably due to lack of funds and political unrest in the country. The administrative record, especially, and the civil registers of person, pairs, and deaths are incomplete. While the hope for this situation to be addressed, we are also hoping for the demographic and health survey to resume operation in Sudan. To conclude, and with the support of UNIFPE, the government of Sudan has in place to costed plan of action for implementation of ICPD program of action national commitments made during Nairobi Summit 2019. The costed program of action will be used for mobilizing domestic resources as well as from private sector and donor resources to accelerate implementation of ICPD agenda, to which Sudan government is committed both politically and financially. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sudan. Distinguished delegates, as we have a long list of speakers, I would like to appeal to delegations to strictly observe the agreed time limits. Now, I would like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guinea, Mr. Mahmoudou Touré, Secretary General of the Ministry of Planning and International Cooperation. You have the floor, please.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous transmettre les chaleureuses salutations des plus hautes autorités de la Guinée et formuler nos vœux ardents de succès de cette 56e session de cette commission. Ma délégation s'associe aux déclarations faites par les distingués représentants de Cuba et du Népal, respectivement, au nom du groupe des 77 et des PMA. Je voudrais ensuite saluer le travail de qualité réalisé par le système des Nations Unies en dépit du contexte international marqué par des crises multiples. Monsieur le Président, la présente session, dont le thème porte sur population, éducation et développement durable, vise à mettre en évidence l'état de mise en œuvre de notre programme d'action. À cet effet, l'accent devrait être mis sur la contribution de ce programme à l'atteinte des ODD à l'horizon 2030. En tenant compte de l'importance des questions de population, d'éducation et de développement durable pour garantir le bien-être de tous, les autorités guinéennes se sont fortement engagées dans la mise en œuvre de plusieurs initiatives en cohérence avec la vision 2040 d'une Guinée émergente et prospère, ainsi que la vision 2050 de la CEDEAO. Ces initiatives sont également alignées à l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine et aux EDD. Sur le plan opérationnel, la République de Guinée, à l'instar d'autres pays, a exprimé sa volonté d'accélérer la cadence des mesures. Cette volonté s'est matérialisée par des progrès notables. Toutefois, des défis restent à relever. En termes d'acquis, la mise en œuvre du programme d'action de la CPD a permis, entre autres, de porter la part du budget national alloué au secteur de la santé à 9% contre moins de 5% par le passé. Une bonne partie de ces ressources a été consacrée aux infrastructures sanitaires, mais aussi à l'achat des produits pour soutenir la santé reproductive et la planification familiale. De promouvoir l'égalité et l'équité entre hommes et femmes à travers notamment la participation politique et économique de plus en plus marquée des femmes, d'améliorer le taux net de scolarisation au primaire qui est passé de 47% en 2014 à 65% en 2019, de prendre en compte la dimension démographique dans la conception des documents nationaux de référence en vue d'identifier les besoins en éducation et en formation pour les jeunes, de promouvoir des initiatives de développement, notamment en direction des femmes, des jeunes et des communautés rurales, grâce entre autres au projet Booster les compétences et au projet d'autonomisation des femmes, filles et le dividende démographique. Monsieur le Président, en dépit de ces progrès significatifs, le pays fait encore face à de multiples défis, dont les principaux sont la réalisation du 4e recensement général de la population, l'augmentation de la part du secteur éducatif dans le budget national, l'extension du recours aux méthodes de planification familiale et des accouchements dans les milieux hospitaliers, l'introduction des programmes adoptés en éducation sexuelle complète dans le cursus scolaire pour lutter contre les grossesses non désirées et des maladies sexuellement transmissibles, la réduction des inégalités de genre, spatiales et sociales, notamment en termes d'accès à la santé et à l'éducation, l'intensification des réformes dans les domaines de la santé, de l'éducation, de la gouvernance économique pour permettre au pays de tirer profit de la forte jeunesse de sa population, et l'intégration de la dynamique de la population dans la planification du développement au niveau national et local. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la préparation et la mise en œuvre du programme d'action de la CPD est un bel exemple de partage de valeurs et de vision commune sur la question de population, d'éducation et de développement durable. La République de Guinée fera du respect de ces engagements son cheval de bataille. Dans cette perspective, elle poursuivra les initiatives de réforme et de mesures en vue de l'atteinte des ODD, de l'amélioration du niveau de vie et de bien-être des populations, ainsi que de la création des conditions de l'émergence définies par la vision Guinée 2040. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guinea, and now I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya, Mr. Mohamed Sheikh, Director General of the National Council for Population and Development. You have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya delegation is honored to participate in the 56th session of the Commission on Population and Development, which focuses on the crucial connection between population, education, and sustainable development. We align our statement with the G77 and the China statement delivered by the representative from Cuba. Mr. Chair, the Kenya remains committed to implementing the program of action of the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD, and fulfilling our 17th national commitments from the Nairobi Summit on ICPD 25, which was convened in 2019. The summit, which Kenya co-hosted with the government of Denmark, UNFPA, revitalized the international community and increased political momentum toward the ICPD agenda. Since then, Kenya has released 3 annual reports demonstrating progress made in the implementation of our 17 national commitments, all of which have been integrated into the national and the county development plans and strategies. Mr. Chair, Kenya is dedicated to achieving Sustainable Development Goals, number 4, SDG 4, by 2030, in line with the Constitution of Kenya, Kenya Vision 2030, and the African Union's Continental Education Strategy for Africa. The government is making efforts to ensure equitable access to 12 years of basic education for all children in the country. Our policies have resulted in an increase in the percentage of population aged 3 years and above attending school. Currently, Kenya has 8.9 million primary school pupils and 3.6 million secondary school students, which represent 93% and 80% of the primary and secondary school age children, respectively. Gender parity has almost been achieved at both primary and secondary levels, with girls slightly outnumbering the boys at primary level and vice versa at secondary level. Moreover, enrollment in technical vocational education and training, TVET, has risen steadily by 3% between 2020 and 2022. Mr. Chair, however, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on our efforts to achieve 100% basic education completion rate, which now stands at 85.6%. To improve the completion rate, the government is implementing measures to address disparities at the subnational level, that's the county level. The government has also recognized the importance of lifelong learning in the promotion of social inclusion, active citizenship, and individual development. We are pleased to share that enrollment in adult education classes has increased countrywide. Mr. Chair, in 2019, the population size in Kenya was recorded at 47.6 million, with intercensal growth rate of 2.3% per annum. The population is projected to increase to 51.5 million in 2023 and 57.8 million in 2030. Over the time, Kenya has formulated population policies that acknowledge the crucial role of education in shaping demographic indicators and promoting sustainable development. The most recent of these policies is the Kenya Population Policy for Sustainable Development, draft sessional paper number 1 of 2023, which outlines practical strategies for attaining SDG 4. The policy advocates for integrating population dynamics into the education curriculum, implementing initiatives to retain pupils and students in schools, enhancing transition and completion rates, reducing gender gaps in education, and promoting technical and vocational education and training. Mr. Chair, the considerable influence of education on demographic and health indicators in Kenya is evident by 1, the decline in teenage pregnancy. In the Kenya Demographic Health Survey that was recently released in 2022, teenage girls with no education were 7 times more likely to get early pregnancy than those with more than secondary level of education. Increased use of family planning, it has shown in this data that women with more than a secondary level of education were almost 3 times more likely to use any method of family planning compared to those with no education. Improved nutrition status of children. Children born to mothers with no education were more likely to be stunted, between 2% affected compared to 9% of children born to mothers with more than secondary education. Mr. Chair, decline in infant and under 5 mortality also rate has shown that education of mothers play a vital role in enhancing the survival status of children, as seen in the decline of infant and under 5 mortality rates from 52 and 74 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2009 to 32 and 41 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2022, respectively. Improved maternal deaths. Almost all live births to mothers with more than secondary education were attended by skilled attendants in Kenya. That's 99% compared to 55% of birth mothers with no education. Consequently, the maternal mortality ratio, the MMR, decreased from 362 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2014 to 355 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2019. Mr. Chair, I conclude by calling upon all of us present in this session to come up with effective strategies and measures to accelerate the realization of this year's theme on population, education, and sustainable development, taking into consideration national priorities, values, and development aspiration. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kenya, and now I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of China. Please, you have the floor.
主席先生、女士们、先生们，我们支持古巴代表77国集团和中国的发言。在世界人口增长放缓、人口城镇化、少子化、老龄化加速的背景下，召开这次会议，各国代表共同讨论关于人口、教育和可持续发展议题，并磋商形成有关指导性文件。对促进全球人口与可持续发展具有重要意义。中国是人口大国，2020年第7次全国人口普查显示，全国总人口为14.11亿人，城镇化率达到63.89%，但少子化、老龄化进程明显加快。近年来，中国妇女总和生育率在1.3左右，2021年人均预期寿命为78.2岁。中国政府高度重视人口问题。习近平主席指出，人口问题始终是全局性、战略性问题。针对人口形势的新变化，中国政府作出优化生育政策、促进人口长期均衡发展的决定。实施积极应对人口老龄化国家战略，建立生育支持政策体系，降低生育、养育、教育成本。中国政府高度重视教育问题，实施教育优先发展战略。过去10年，财政性教育经费投入占国内生产总值始终保持在4%以上。9年制义务教育全面普及，并且消除了性别差距。高等教育毛入学率从45.7%提高到59.6%， 接受高等教育的人口超过2.4亿，新增劳动力平均受教育年限达到14年。主席先生、女士们、先生们，世界人口已增长到80亿，人口均衡发展和教育的高质量发展对促进可持续发展显得愈加重要。我们呼吁加强和扩大国际交流与合作，特别要加大对发展中国家的支持，共同应对人口发展方面遇到的挑战，促进教育公平、性别平等，提高劳动者素质，推动实现国际人发大会行动纲领和2030年可持续发展目标。中国愿与各国一道，致力于促进人口、教育和可持续发展，推动人的全面发展和社会全面进步，推动构建人类命运共同体。谢谢。
I thank the distinguished representative of China. And now I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'm honored to address the Commission, and I wish to thank you and the other members of the Bureau for your hard work and guiding the preparation of this CPD session. By presiding over the 56th session of the Commission, the Republic of Moldova is keen to further contribute to the comprehensive review of CPD POA implementation and will do its utmost to facilitate the accomplishment of the meaningful and action-oriented outcome. Coming from a region that it is the forefront of global demographic transformation, from population growth to population aging, coupled with complex migration flow, as well as low fertility rates, and being severely impacted by the war in Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova remains firmly committed to the ICPD goals and the promotion of right to education to all. Mr. Chairman, nowadays, human capital is the most valuable asset of any country, which is measured not in numbers, but in quality of education, skills, and talents of its population. Access to quality education for all, adjusted to the labor market requirements, are critical to prevent people from falling into poverty and ensure a future at home. The Moldovan government is working to refocus its education system towards this goal through training qualified staff in line with the needs to the private sector, improving the educational policies and institutional framework to support the implementation of demand-driven technical vocational system and developing partnership between the labor market and these institutions. As the education is fundamental to human development and social progress, our commitments after the pandemic is twofold. First, to recover the educational losses caused by COVID-19, and second, to build a better system based on the valuable lessons that we will learn. Consistent with the commitments announced at the Transforming Educational System in September last year in New York, the government of the Republic of Moldova has recently adopted the Educational Strategy 2030, aiming to build a performant, inclusive, equitable, safe, and healthy learning environment. In this respect, the public expenditure on education will continue to be increased, with the goal to expand lifelong learning opportunities, programs for validation of previously acquired competencies, and digital literacy for adults. Regretfully, Russia's ruthless war against Ukraine, our neighboring country, continued to cause irreversible damage, shifting effort and resources toward crisis management. Since the beginning of the war, almost 800,000 refugees, mostly women and children, have crossed the Moldovan border. More than 80,000 choose to stay, and half of them being children who required special protection. Our country remains firmly committed and engaged in providing protection for those seeking refuge in Moldova. The launch of the temporary protection regime is meant to facilitate access to fundamental social, health, and educational services, protection against abuses and discriminations, with the overarching aim to ensure social cohesion. We are mindful that the demographic challenges in our country are fueling concerns about future economic growth and significant pressure on the existing social protection system. Thus, focus on both youth and gender equality are the key entry points in the new national policies towards sustainability. To overcome these challenges, in recent time, following measures were undertaken. Adoption of the National Strategy for Youth Development Sector until 2030. Law on alternative childcare services. Employers were granted the right to create alternative childcare services. Regulation of flexible working arrangements. Extension of period to benefit of paternal leave, and additional options for granting the right to monthly childcare allowance. Considering the dynamic population challenges faced by the Republic of Moldova, the availability of quality and timely population data is crucial for policy development and implementation. In this vein, to improve the data availability, in 2024, the population and housing census will be organized in the Republic of Moldova, integrating innovative approaches and build on lessons learned from the last census in 2014. In closing, Mr. Chairman, let me reiterate my delegation's support for the successful conclusion of the CPD session, and as the international community is approaching the 3rd anniversary of ICPD, the Republic of Moldova is determined to actively participate in the regional round of ICPD Plus 30 in October this year, acknowledging the process, emerging trends, and highlight priorities for the way forward. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Moldova, and now I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of Gambia. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, my delegation is deeply honored and delighted to share the Gambia's experience in implementing the ICPD program of action, focusing on the theme population, education, and sustainable development at this 56th session of the Commission on Population and Development. Mr. Chair, population, education, and sustainable development are cross-cutting and mutually reinforcing development topics that must be addressed with a view to creating a better future for all. Population growth, if not properly managed, can impose significant strains on the limited natural resources, the environment, and sustainable development. This can ultimately undermine our ability to achieve transformative development. This can ultimately undermine our ability to achieve transformative or sustainable development, therefore putting in place strategies and mechanisms to address issues affecting the population as we strive for the attainment of sustainable development, indeed merits our utmost focus and cooperation. These are critical for achieving the Commission's objective in the implementation of ICPD program of action. Mr. Chairman, the Gambia recognizes that education is a fundamental human right and an essential tool for societal advancement and human capital development. In this regard, the government of the Gambia has invested heavily in the provision of quality, affordable, and inclusive education for all from primary level through to secondary and tertiary levels, with the introduction of affirmative action in promoting girls' education, girls' retention at the secondary level in the underserved regions. This is further supported by the introduction of school re-entry policy for teenage mothers since 2002. Consequently, improvements have been registered in the gross enrollment and completion rates. Recent surveys conducted in 2022 have shown that the overall enrollment rate for primary, lower secondary, and upper secondary education are as follows: 104.7%, 73.7%, and 52.7% respectively. Completion rate at the primary level in 2022 stood at 88.1%, 96% for girls, and 80.3% for boys. This shows a significant gap between enrollment and completion rates. Girls were reported to record a higher rate, which is 69% of completion, than boys, 61%. However, there is a lower completion rate at the upper secondary levels for both sexes, with 49.5% for girls and 38.8% for boys. Despite this improvement in both enrollment and completion rates for girls, early marriage, teenage pregnancy, and rigid cultural practices continue to pose obstacles to education at secondary and higher levels. Mr. Chairman, progress registered in the education sector has proven to be an important driving force for enhancing key population indicators in the Gambia, as manifested in the reduction of total fertility rate from 5.6% per woman in 2013 to 4.4 births in 2019-2020, maternal mortality rate from 433 in 2013 to 289 per 100,000 live births in 2019 and 2020. However, the under 5 mortality rates has slightly increased from 54 in 2013 to 56 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2019-2020. We recognize the importance of expanding and promoting access to and affordability of health care for all, with the introduction of a national health insurance scheme. This new initiative takes into consideration the ICPD program of action on sexual and reproductive health and HIV/AIDS as appropriate. Mr. Chairman, we call for increased support and partnership between member states and development partners to accelerate the achievement of ICPD program of action 2030 Agenda and Africa Agenda 2063. We wish to reiterate the commitment of the government of the Gambia towards taking more active steps in the implementation of ICPD program of action and SDGs. We would continue to collaborate through greater international cooperation, including South-South cooperation, to achieve these goals. Mr. Chairman, let me conclude by emphasizing that as our population grows, we do so the challenges of providing quality, inclusive, and relevant education to ensure sustainable development. We must therefore take a holistic and integrated approach to attaining sustainable development while recognizing the population dynamics and education are deeply interconnected. This requires concerted efforts at the national, regional, and global levels with strong political leadership and collective action. We look towards a better future. It is essential to remember that sustainable development is not just an end goal, but a continuous journey. It requires ongoing dialogue, collaboration, and innovation to address the complex population and development challenges facing our world. We cannot achieve sustainable development without prioritizing education, and we cannot ensure that education is sustainable without addressing population dynamics. Let us therefore work together to build a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Gambia, and now I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar. You have the floor, please.
السيد الرئيس، نود في البداية أن نعبر عن شكرنا لكم للجهود المبذولة في تنظيم هذه الدورة، ونتطلع إلى تقديم رؤية دولة قطر حول برنامج السكان والتنمية فيما يتعلق بالقضايا المتعلقة بالسكان والتعليم والتنمية المستدامة. ويسعدنا أن ننقل لكم في هذه المناسبة بأن دولة قطر قد قامت بتنفيذ معظم التوصيات الصادرة عن المؤتمر الدولي للسكان والتنمية الذي عقد في القاهرة عام 1994، بالإضافة إلى المؤتمرات واللقاءات التي عقدت لاحقا حول تنفيذ تلك التوصيات، مثل المؤتمر الإقليمي للسكان والتنمية في الدول العربية الذي عقد في القاهرة في يونيو 2013، وقد شاركت اللجنة الدائمة للسكان بفعالية في أعمال ذلك المؤتمر. وفي هذا السياق فإن دولة قطر تمضي قدما نحو بناء نظام تعليمي حديث ومتطور، حيث تضع الدولة التعليم كمقوم أساسي للمجتمع القطري وفقا لما ورد في المادة 25 من الدستور الدائم للدولة، حيث يركز النظام التعليمي والمبادرات الوطنية في مجال التعليم على 3 مبادئ إرشادية رئيسية، هي الجودة والعدالة والكفاءة. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، لقد اتسعت خريطة التعليم في دولة قطر ولا زالت تتسع بشكل مستمر نتيجة لتوجه الحكومة نحو الاستثمار المؤسساتي في التعليم. وبفضل هذا الاهتمام شهدت المؤسسات التعليمية بما في ذلك البنية التحتية نموا مقدرا، حيث ارتفع إجمالي عدد تلك المؤسسات من 950 في عام 2016 إلى 1184 في عام 2020، أي بزيادة تقدر بحوالي 24.6%. وعلى الرغم من ذلك الاستثمار المؤسساتي في التعليم شمل جميع المراحل التعليمية بالدولة، إلا أن مرحلة التعليم قبل المدرسي نالت حظا أوفر من تلك التوسعة خلال تلك الفترة، حيث ارتفع عدد المؤسسات التعليمية في هذه المرحلة من 450 عام 2016 إلى 511 عام 2020، أي بزيادة تقدر بحوالي 26.2%. وهذا يدل على اهتمام حكومة دولة قطر بتوفير فرص تعليمية مناسبة للأطفال بهدف رفع معدلات الالتحاق بالدراسة. ومن الملاحظ أيضا فإن الفجوة بين الجنسين في مجال التعليم العام ما قبل الجامعي قد تقلصت بشكل تدريجي خلال السنوات الدراسية الأخيرة، وذلك من 2.4% عام 2015-2016 إلى 2.1 في الفترة 2019-2020. أما بالنسبة للتعليم الجامعي أي مجال تعليم الشباب فقد تفوقت نسبة الفتيات المسجلات في الجامعات على نظرائهن الذكور، حيث بلغت نسبتهن 67.8% عام 2015-2016 مقارنة ب 32.2% للذكور. وتدرجت تلك النسبة إلى أن وصلت إلى 70.8 عام 2020 و 29.2 للإناث والذكور على التوالي. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة، لقد أولت دولة قطر اهتماما خاصا بالبحث العلمي، وذلك لدوره المهم في تحقيق الأهداف المنشودة لرؤية قطر 2030. وفي هذا الإطار عملت الدولة على تطوير البحث العلمي وتأسيس المراكز والمعاهد الحاضنة له، وبذلك أتيحت الفرص لتنويع المواضيع التي تعنى بها تلك المؤسسات من قبيل البيئة والطاقة والطب وريادة الأعمال والحوسبة والدراسات الاجتماعية والإنسانية والتربوية والابتكارات التكنولوجية والتنمية المستدامة وغيرها. وفي إطار جهودها في مجال التعليم وضعت دولة قطر خطة عشرية لمحو الأمية وتعليم الكبار، وقد أسفرت تلك الجهود عن انخفاض مستمر في نسبة الأمية في البلاد، حيث وصلت إلى الصفر في سن التمدرس وحوالي 1% في المجتمع ككل. وفي سياق التصدي لجائحة كورونا بذلت دولة قطر جهودا مقدرة للتقليل من الآثار السلبية لانتشار ذلك الوباء في مختلف المجالات، ولا سيما في مجال التعليم الذي شهد تحولا كبيرا في الآونة الأخيرة من خلال تطبيق نظام التعليم عن بعد. ولتحقيق ذلك اتخذت دولة قطر خطوات عملية في التحول الرقمي، بما في ذلك تبني وتنفيذ أحدث أنظمة الاتصالات السلكية واللاسلكية وتكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات. كما تعمل دولة قطر على توفير التعليم النوعي لكل من يعيش على أرضها، ولكنها لم تقتصر على ذلك، بل امتدت جهودها لإيصال خدمات التعليم لملايين الأطفال والشباب حول العالم، وذلك من خلال برامج ومشاريع التعليم التي يدعمها صندوق قطر للتنمية في 65 دولة حول العالم، وخاصة في المناطق التي تعاني من النزاعات والصراعات، حيث بلغ مجموع الدعم المقدم من الصندوق لقطاع التعليم في تلك المناطق ما يقارب $1 مليار خلال العقد الماضي. ختاما، السيد الرئيس، نؤكد لكم من هذا المنبر إرادة دولة قطر ورغبتها في مواصلة العمل مع لجنة السكان والتنمية وفي تثبيت أطر الشراكة بيننا، وذلك لاتخاذ المزيد من الإجراءات المتعلقة بمواصلة تنفيذ برامج عمل السكان والتنمية في سياق القضايا المتعلقة بالسكان والتعليم والتنمية المستدامة. وشكرا لكم.
I thank the distinguished representative of Qatar, and now I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkmenistan. Please, you have the floor.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые участники, дамы и господа. Программа действий международных конференций по народонаселению и развитию является ключевым документом в области народонаселения и развития, и ее реализация является необходимой для достижения устойчивого развития в масштабах мирового сообщества. Международные усилия в этом направлении должны, несомненно, сопровождаться координацией действий на региональном и национальном уровнях. В этой связи Туркменистан планомерно осуществляет совершенствование национальной статистики с учетом международных стандартов и в увязке с программными задачами экономического и социального развития страны. Наша страна является одной из государств, активно работающих над реализацией целей устойчивого развития ООН, что подчеркивает важность усилий по сбору, анализу и использованию статистических данных для принятия важных решений. В Туркменистане сформирована и функционирует эффективная национальная образовательная система. Конституцией Туркменистана и законом об образовании гарантируется право каждого гражданина на обязательное, бесплатное, равноправное и качественное начальное и среднее образование. На протяжении последних лет образование находится в процессе последовательного реформирования, направленного на качественное обновление материально-технической базы образовательных учреждений и методик обучения, создание высокотехнологической образовательной среды, внедрение информационных образовательных технологий, оптимизацию сети образовательных учреждений, инновационное развитие и расширение рынка образовательных услуг. Государственный комитет Туркменистана по статистике также активно работает над улучшением методологии сбора данных и анализа статистической информации. В частности, в стране проводятся регулярные обследования населения, предприятий и организаций с целью получения надежных данных о социально-экономическом развитии страны. Система статистики Туркменистана охватывает множество областей, включая национальный счет, экономику, здравоохранение, образование, культуру и окружающую среду. Все эти данные помогают правительству и обществу Туркменистана принимать более информированные решения в различных сферах. Господин председатель, Туркменистан уделяет особое внимание международному сотрудничеству в сфере статистики и активно сотрудничает с международными организациями, такими как ЮНФПА, ПРООН, ЮНИСЕФ и другими. Одним из ярких примеров совместной работы с коллегами из ООН и других международных организаций является проведение сплошной переписи населения и жилищного фонда Туркменистана в 2022 году. В этой связи позвольте выразить благодарность учреждениям ООН, в частности Фонду по народонаселению, за оказанное содействие в успешном проведении этого важного государственного мероприятия. Перепись населения и жилищного фонда Туркменистана была осуществлена с широким применением цифровых технологий, а именно с использованием планшетов при опросе населения. Результаты проведенной переписи, безусловно, будут использованы при формировании социально-экономической политики государства, формировании полной и качественной статистической информации, что является залогом эффективных решений при реформировании национальной экономики. Позвольте заверить вас в готовности Туркменистана продолжать эту работу в тесной координации со структурами ООН, нашими партнерами в регионе и мире в целом. Благодарю за внимание.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkmenistan, and now I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand. You have the floor, please.
Mr. Chair, Thailand wishes to congratulate you and other members of the Bureau on your election. My delegation is confident that the 56th session of the Commission of Population and Development will be successful under your able leadership. As we reflect on the implementation of the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, Thailand continues to stress that people are the most important and valuable resource of any country and should be given the opportunity to make the most of their potential. In this regard, allow me to share 3 points. First, Thailand's changing demographic structure have added complexity to our efforts to achieving sustainable development. Thailand is an aged society with more than 20% of our population aged 60 years and over. This poses a major challenge for the country, both economically and socially. Thailand is focusing on maintaining a healthy and productive workforce, enhancing social protection, and improving the fiscal system to ensure the population's well-being. Our priority is to equip people of all ages with skills necessary for them to reach their full potential. We have adopted a human-centered approach towards development, which is guided by the sufficiency economy philosophy and is also our guiding path towards the SDGs. Second, Thailand believes that every child has the right to education and learning, and young people can make a significant contribution to their societies. Ensuring equitable access to quality education is one of our priorities. The Thai National Education Plan, therefore, guarantees 15 years of free education regardless of background, and we continue to advance opportunities and incentives to promote lifelong learning, digital skills, and entrepreneurship for people of all ages. We have also given particular attention and assistance to disadvantaged populations, especially those that experience learning loss as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. On the issue of sexual and reproductive health awareness, we believe that education and awareness about population and health issues, including sexual and reproductive health, are crucial to enhance gender equality, promoting responsible sexual behavior, and protecting adolescents from early and unwanted pregnancy, sexually transmitted diseases, and sexual violence and abuse. Most recently, in November 2022, Thailand was proud to partner with the Bill and Melinda Gates Institute for Population and Reproductive Health, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, to host the International Conference on Family Planning 2022 in Pattaya City. Third, Thailand prioritizes universal access to high-quality social services. As co-chair of the Group of Friends of Universal Health Coverage and Global Health, and co-facilitator of the UHC Political Declaration, Thailand is committed towards the realization of the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Having achieved universal health coverage since 2002, we have been able to provide non-discriminatory health care for all, including during the pandemic, and as part of efforts to build back better. To conclude, as we look to ICPD 30 in 2024, Thailand will continue to engage constructively with the international community and stakeholders to implement the 2030 agenda and progress towards the SDGs. Let us not miss this opportunity to achieve inclusive economic growth and sustainable development where no one is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand, and I will give now the floor to the distinguished representative of El Salvador. Please, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente, El Salvador desea iniciar expresando su complacencia al acompañar la celebración de este 56 periodo de sesiones, al tiempo que saluda y felicita a los miembros del Buró por su ardua labor a lo largo del mismo. Saludamos asimismo la labor realizada por el Secretario General en la preparación de los informes para esta comisión y coincidimos con él sobre la relevancia de incluir después de 20 años a la educación en el tema especial de la comisión, siendo esa una herramienta fundamental para generar cambios estructurales en la población y el cierre de brechas de desigualdad en la sociedad. La educación a lo largo de todas las etapas de la vida, inclusiva y de calidad, amplía oportunidades y nos hace ver hacia el futuro con esperanza de transformar nuestros contextos y entornos. Es en esa línea que nuestro gobierno reconoce a la niñez como un actor clave y fundamental para lograr el desarrollo sostenible de los pueblos, siendo nuestra tarea asegurar la protección y cumplimiento de sus derechos humanos en tanto condición básica para su bienestar. Es por ello que desde el despacho de la Primera Dama de la República se ha liderado la transformación del enfoque de derechos para la niñez, priorizando a la primera infancia a través de una reestructuración de normativas y políticas nacionales, como la Ley Crecer Juntos para la Protección Integral de la Primera Infancia, Niñez y Adolescencia, la cual le dio vida al Consejo Nacional para la Primera Infancia, Niñez y Adolescencia, CONAPINA, como ente rector en materia de niñez en el país, y el Instituto Crecer Juntos para la Atención Integral de la Primera Infancia. Estamos conscientes que la educación es la base para generar cambios estructurales y lograr el desarrollo en todas sus dimensiones, y que para obtener mejores resultados debemos salir de nuestra zona de confort para la implementación de estrategias de aprendizaje innovadoras que garanticen el acceso y la permanencia educativa. Por ello, desde el Ministerio de Educación se lanzó una reforma integral que busca dignificar completamente los espacios de aprendizaje para contribuir a la formación de las nuevas generaciones y garantizar una formación educativa de primer nivel, trabajo que impulsamos sobre la base de 6 pilares, siendo estos la inversión en infraestructura, primera infancia, formación docente, currícula renovada, tecnología, salud y nutrición. Asimismo, se ha garantizado el acceso a la educación superior gratuita a través de la Universidad de El Salvador, eliminando cuotas y matrículas a alumnos que provienen del sector privado. En complementariedad, la medida y la eliminación de estos cobros para los estudiantes del sector público que se ha venido implementando durante años, generando un impacto positivo directo a la población y un alivio económico para los hogares de los cuales provienen los estudiantes. Señor presidente, mi país también reconoce la necesidad de continuar trabajando por un sistema educativo inclusivo y amplio, en el que se tomen en cuenta las necesidades de aquellos grupos más vulnerables, tales como niñas y adolescentes en la zona rural, mujeres, personas con discapacidad, personas adultas mayores y las personas migrantes. En esta misma línea, la diversificación de los campos educativos también es una prioridad, siendo nuestro compromiso continuar ampliando oportunidades en áreas técnicas y vocacionales. Desde la gestión gubernamental del presidente Bukele, se ha colocado a la persona como el centro y la construcción de las políticas públicas, desde una perspectiva inclusiva e integral, en cumplimiento y en armonía con las obligaciones que derivan de diversos tratados internacionales. En este contexto, quisiera destacar que mi país, con el apoyo y acompañamiento de UNFA, actualmente se encuentra en el proceso de elaboración del segundo Informe Nacional de Aplicación del Consenso de Montevideo, bajo una metodología participativa de instancias gubernamentales, donde se plantean todas las buenas prácticas que estamos llevando a cabo para garantizar un verdadero desarrollo para que sea sostenible en el tiempo. También, mi delegación reitera su apoyo a la Conferencia Internacional sobre Población y Desarrollo, así como a sus objetivos, mismos en los que seguiremos trabajando de la mano de socios claves. Todos estos esfuerzos han dado como resultado la reducción de la pobreza en 1.22 puntos porcentuales de 2019 a 2021. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of El Salvador, and now I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairperson, at the outset, I would like to express my warmest congratulations to Your Excellency, Ambassador George Loika of Moldova, on your election as the chair of the 56th session of the Commission on Population and Development. Also, I would like to share with you and all those gathered here the joy of meeting in person, face-to-face, after 3 long years of online communication due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of this year's CPD, Population, Education, and Sustainable Development, is especially relevant in the context of COVID-19, when many schools were forced to close, limiting the human interactions among students and teachers, which hinders the development of young persons' mental, physical, and social capacities. Although digital learning platforms have drastically improved during the pandemic, we are reminded that education is a field where new technologies cannot totally replace traditional modes of interpersonal communication. Japan has a shrinking population. The number of students in all schools, from kindergartens to universities, has declined from 28 million in 1984 to 18 million in 2022. Regardless of this decline, education is a high priority national policy, and the quality of education should never be compromised. National per capita spending on education is on the rise in Japan, especially recently. The curriculum on data science has been scaled up, and a significant investment to increase digital literacy was carried out as the GIGA School initiative. To cope with emerging needs, every public school in Japan is staffed with a school counselor and school social worker to prevent bullying and abuse, as well as long-term truancy. In addition to school education, lifelong learning is now one of the main pillars described in the Basic Plan for the Promotion of Education. Recurrent education is widely available through dedicated university programs and promoted through the manapass.jp web portal for those who wish to learn again, such as women seeking to re-enter the job market after childbearing. Moreover, through the use of social education facilities such as community centers, we are working to create an environment where anyone can learn and play an active role in society throughout their lives, even in old age. The Constitution of Japan stipulates that all people shall have the right to receive an equal education. This right extends to foreign national children living in Japan. Based on our Digital Government Action Plan, we expect that by 2025, all children of foreign nationality living in Japan will be appropriately enrolled in education through a system linked with the resident registration. Multi-language educational resources and guidelines are already fully available online. Mr. Chairperson, education is a major determinant of mortality, fertility, and migration. The latest result of the National Fertility Survey shows that the fertility rate of university graduates increased and converged to that of women with lower educational backgrounds. Previously observed lower fertility among highly educated women is no more the norm. Policies to reverse low fertility, encourage every woman to realize the life she wants, and promote the health and welfare of children and families have been expanded, especially recently with the establishment of the Children and Families Agency at the beginning of this month. The global trend of declining fertility and population aging highlights the remaining need for international cooperation in the field of population development and education. There are still 244 million children in the world, mostly girls, who are deprived of basic education, and disparities among countries in the attainment of higher education are still wide. With the conviction that education changes the world, Japan launched the Education Cross-Innovation Initiative, which has already assisted 9.47 million children and youth in the 3 years from 2019 to 2021. We also support STEM education on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, e-learning, and the Global Partnership for Education. Continuous global collaboration is needed to fill the remaining gap to achieve SDG Goal 4 by 2030. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan, and now I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Burundi. Please, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, dès l'entame de mon propos, ma délégation souhaite vous féliciter pour votre brillante élection à la présidence de la 56e session de la Commission sur la population et le développement, ainsi que les membres du Bureau. Ma délégation souscrit pleinement à la déclaration faite par la représentante des États d'Afrique australe et de l'Est, ainsi que celle faite par le Cuba au nom du G77 plus la Chine. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement du Burundi a lancé depuis 2018 le Plan national de développement pour la période 2018-2027, instrument de planification stratégique qui, sous le leadership éclairé de son Excellence Evariste Ndayishimiye, président de la République, nous conduit vers l'émergence de notre beau pays, et c'est à ce titre que la délégation burundaise accueille avec satisfaction le thème spécial choisi pour cette année, Population, éducation et développement durable. Le Burundi est heureux d'avoir contribué à la revue du programme d'action de la CPD et note avec satisfaction qu'il a fait des progrès considérables dans sa mise en œuvre, malgré quelques obstacles de nature différente qui lui empêchaient à mettre en œuvre certaines des recommandations issues de la conférence d'Égypte de 1994. Pour mettre en œuvre les recommandations issues des différentes conférences sur la population, le Burundi vient de se doter d'un document de politique nationale de population. Son élaboration est le fruit d'une démarche participative et inclusive de plusieurs mois de travail conjoint entre les acteurs de l'administration, de la société civile, du secteur privé, des partenaires au développement et de l'équipe technique multisectorielle ad hoc. La mise en place de la politique nationale de la population constitue pour le peuple burundais un tournant dans le domaine d'un développement intégré lorsque les problématiques démographiques majeures, comme la planification familiale, l'urbanisation et l'immigration, seront intimement liées à la notion de développement durable et qu'aucun de ces thèmes ne pourra être abordé indépendamment de l'autre. Les droits et les besoins des êtres humains seront placés au centre du développement. L'importance de la santé sexuelle responsable est prônée. La mise en place de la PNP s'inscrit dans le cadre global de la volonté politique et s'aligne sur les outils pragmatiques mettant la population au centre du développement. Pour atteindre ces objectifs, 4 piliers sont identifiés pour la PNP: la planification familiale, le développement socio-économique, la gestion de l'eau et l'assainissement de base, ainsi que la protection et la sauvegarde de l'environnement. En vue de bénéficier du dividende démographique, le gouvernement du Burundi se propose une vision pour sa politique de la population qui s'énonce comme suit: le Burundi, une nation où la procréation est fondée sur la parenté responsable et où le développement inclusif et durable est assuré grâce notamment à la maîtrise de la fécondité. Quant au thème spécial, Monsieur le Président, le Burundi continuera de promouvoir l'accès des jeunes à l'éducation de qualité, tout en s'assurant que soit maintenue la parité atteinte en 2018 entre les filles et garçons à l'école fondamentale, avec 51% des filles contre 49% des garçons. La scolarisation des enfants de 6 à 11 ans a fortement augmenté ces dernières années grâce à la politique de gratuité de l'enseignement primaire depuis 2005 et à la mise en œuvre de la réforme du cycle de base pour tous. Monsieur le Président, pour conclure, la délégation du Burundi apprécie l'accompagnement du FINUAP et de sa représentation au Burundi aux efforts nationaux en matière de la population et développement et voudrait lui réitérer son plein appui et son entière coopération. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Burundi, and now I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Honduras. Please, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes. Gracias, señor presidente. En primero, quiero felicitarles por los trabajos previos realizados para preparar esta 50ª sesión de la Comisión por Población y Desarrollo. Sin duda, este es un espacio vital para trazar caminos comunes para el desarrollo integral de la población mundial. Honduras se adhiere a la declaración hecha por Cuba en nombre del Grupo de los 77 y China, y a la hecha por Argentina en nombre de un grupo de países afines. Honduras, un país con un desarrollo humano medio, con una población estimada para el año 2023 de un 9.7 millones de habitantes, de los cuales 51.4 son mujeres y 48.6 son hombres. De estos, el 60% de ellos están en una edad escolar entre 5 y 24 años. Asimismo, el 56% viven en el área urbana y el 44% en el área rural. Estamos conscientes de la urgencia por asumir las responsabilidades que tenemos como país en la construcción e implementación de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo, principalmente en los 3 temas que estamos abordando en esta sesión, como lo es población, educación y desarrollo sostenible. La primera mujer presidenta de Honduras ha sentado los cimientos de su mandato en los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible como el pilar fundamental para la democratización del Estado de Derecho. Son múltiples los desafíos de Honduras en materia educativa. Uno de los principales que limita el desarrollo socioeconómico del país y la lucha contra la pobreza es el bajo promedio de años de estudio y de la población y la tasa de analfabetismo. El 12% de las personas mayores de 15 años no saben leer ni escribir y alcanza hasta el 19% en el sector rural. La proporción de menores que están fuera del sistema educativo aumentó del 2015 al 2019 desde un 42% a un 50%. Honduras, un país con una alta brecha en el acceso a las tecnologías de la información, a consecuencia de los desafíos durante la pandemia, pasar de un sistema presencial a un sistema virtual limitó la mayoría de los niños y niñas a tener un acceso de educación de calidad. Entre el 2020 y el 2021, más de 600,000 niños y niñas abandonaron el sistema educativo por motivos de desempleo, pobreza, migración, lo que reveló que en promedio cerca de 1,200 niños y niñas abandonan el sistema educativo cada día. A partir del 2022, el gobierno está haciendo acciones multisectoriales para revertir estas cifras y asegurar un sistema educativo público, gratuito, universal, con calidad y adecuado a la realidad del pueblo hondureño y a las tendencias tecnológicas mundiales. A pesar de estas cifras y estadísticas alarmantes, hemos implementado acciones contundentes para refundar el sistema educativo, integrando un nuevo enfoque de protección y desarrollo social, a través de la creación de un programa de alfabetización para comunidades en extrema pobreza liderado por el programa de la Red Solidaria, la reactivación de programas sociales como matrícula gratis y kits escolares, la merienda escolar como una prioridad nacional establecido por la presidenta como una medida para evitar la deserción y el abandono escolar. 71 nuevas aulas tecnológicas con tablets y laptops para poder tener acceso a las tecnologías de información. Creado una red nacional de escuelas agrícolas, reconociendo los saberes ancestrales. Un sistema de becas orientados a la asistencia y el fortalecimiento educativo no formal y formal. Y la aprobación de la ley para la implementación de una educación sexual para la prevención de embarazos adolescentes, basado en un enfoque de derechos que garantice una educación integral. Y asimismo, la construcción de un nuevo sistema de protección social resiliente, adaptativo e inclusivo que busca asegurar no dejar a nadie atrás. El Estado de Honduras, integrando las recomendaciones y conclusiones del último informe de la sesión, busca asegurar el acceso para todas las personas, en especial atención a aquellos que sí fueron dejados atrás, personas con discapacidad, pueblos originarios y situaciones en vulnerabilidad. En relación con la relación con el sistema de las Naciones Unidas, en especial con el UNFPA, ha sido esencial en este proceso. La gestión del conocimiento, articulando abogacía entre el Estado y la sociedad civil para incorporar la dinámica poblacional, ha hecho que se generen diferentes oportunidades. Nuestro gobierno, en particular la Secretaría que dirige el ministro, está comprometida con la implementación de la Agenda 2030 y la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo. Este año hemos logrado incorporar organizaciones de la sociedad civil para la elaboración de un informe voluntario con avances sobre el mismo. Quisiera concluir agradeciendo al sistema de las Naciones Unidas por todo su apoyo. Nos queda todo por hacer y tenemos el corazón y la voluntad para hacerlo. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Honduras. We have just heard the last speaker in the general discussion for this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, the Commission has thus concluded the program of work for this meeting, and the Commission will reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in this conference room to hold a multi-stakeholder panel on the contribution of key population and development issues to the main theme of the Economic and Social Council, followed by an interactive debate under item 3A. Thereafter, the Commission will resume the general discussion under agenda item 3 and its sub-item A and B. So the meeting is adjourned.